had a friend who was very sick at the hospital. He had a surgery on his back and he ended up getting sepsis. I went to bed, and in that in-between stage where you're not awake but not quite asleep, I could sense him standing by the side of my bed. We said a few words to each other, and then he hugged me. When I woke up the next morning, I found out that he had passed not long after I had gone to bed. Many people would say it was just a dream, but I know better in my heart. I felt that he was actually there. I felt the hug. He was one of the most caring and inspiring people that I had known, and it was just like him to say goodbye to the people who loved him. My father died less than 6 months after my daughter was born. She was not a good sleeper for her first year or so, waking up screaming and crying at all hours of the night. My wife and I would trade times getting up to soothe her. One evening not too long after my father passed, I was having a dream that my daughter was screaming in her bedroom. In the dream, I got up and went to her room, but before I got there, my dad came out of the room and just said, "She'll be okay," and kept walking away, and the crying stopped. I shot up out of sleep and saw the baby monitor screen was on. It was sound activated mode, so the screen only comes on when there's a sound over 60 decibels after 3 minutes of quiet. I get up and check, and she's fine and sleeping. A little shaken, it took me a bit to get back to sleep. I tell my wife about the dream in the morning. She told me that she heard her crying, but she thought I had gotten up to calm her because she stopped. Still a vivid memory in my mind, nearly 3 years later, seeing my younger-looking dad coming out of her room. A Weird Place in New Jersey by I'm Zombified, posted to r/paranormal. I moved here about 3 years ago. One evening, not too long ago, it was approaching sundown, but there was still a little bit of light. I was cooking dinner, and I looked out the window across the street into the woods, just to watch the deer and the other wildlife. It was a very quiet night, more so than usual, and I focused my sight. I started to see shapes, full black masses moving slowly between the trees, almost too deep into the woods to see. I turned off my kitchen light because of the glare to get a better look out of the windows. I looked again, and as my eyes adjusted, I see one of these big shapes come to a full stop and turn to look at me. Once this happened, the rest of the others, maybe 4 or so, also came to a full stop. I said absolutely not, turned on the kitchen lights, and shut off the stove. I abandoned dinner, and there was no other experience in that town after that. But there's definitely something weird out in those woods. Something Keeps Playing with Her Toys by BossBabe868, posted to r/paranormal. Something has been following us around since my toddler was born. I became first aware of it when I was taking a picture of her sleeping on my chest, and the face detection software detected 3 faces. I convinced myself that it was probably a glitch or a reflection of some kind. So I left it at that. Curiosity got the better of me, and I took the same picture and ran it through a makeup app to see if it would pick up whatever it was. and it did. It was a face with its mouth open. I showed the picture to a person that I know who's a spiritual person, who said that it was an imp, sent our way to destroy whatever peace we now had with the new baby. She helped us cleanse the house and gave us some protection wards. We said our prayers and hoped for the best. Fast forward to when she started moving around and had received battery-operated or voice toys. We have had to destroy many toys' voice boxes because they turn on and will not stop, even with the batteries taken out. It was her grandmother who heard it first. The baby's electronic swing would start on its own and play a lullaby. Subsequently, we would take the batteries out when it wasn't in use, but it continued, and then it started swaying. I opened the battery pack again to see if maybe there were demo batteries or something, but it was empty. On another occasion, her animal collection started making their sounds at inappropriate intervals. Her grandmother, too, was the first to report on this, and then I heard it myself. I thought that maybe it was the result of the batteries being old and triggering themselves, but there were no batteries in there. The toy dog started barking in my hands. Its voice box was promptly discarded in a small fire, as were the other voice boxes. She was given a generational dinosaur toy, which had stopped working at least 15 years ago, but was saved because the outside was new, and it's that beloved, not the mama, baby in the dinosaur TV show. Imagine sleeping peacefully, and then hearing, "Not the mama, not the mama," from a toy that hadn't worked in over 15 years with no batteries in it. This continued with many toys, and it stopped for about a year. It happened sparsely after that. It's following us around now. We spent the night at a relative's. Last night, her rocket toy lit up on its own, voicing, "Ha ha ha, let's play." It scared the life out of me. And yet, it too had no batteries in it. The Watcher on the Steeple by Olivia Kay. I've lived in this town my entire life, and there's not much that surprises me anymore. But what happened that night? It still haunts me, even now, years later. It was a Friday, the kind of late autumn night where the air feels crisp and sharp, but the stars are still so bright they hurt to look at. I had just finished a long shift at the diner, and I was on my way home, walking down Main Street like I always did. The streets were quiet. No late-night drivers, no teenagers hanging out in front of the 24-hour gas station. Just the wind rustling through the trees, carrying that earthy smell of the season. I had taken this walk 1,000 times before, but tonight felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day of greasy plates and cheap coffee. The church sat at the far end of Main Street. It was old, at least 100 years, and the steeple had always seemed like a silent guardian, watching over the town from its towering height. That night, I found myself stopping at the corner across from it. I don't know why. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was the strange quiet of the evening, but I stared at that steeple for longer than I meant to. And that's when something caught my eye. Movement. At first, I thought it was just the light playing tricks on me, some weird shadow, playing on the side of the steeple. But then, I saw the shape clearly. A large, winged creature perched atop the spire. It was like it had been waiting for me to look up. I froze, my body locking in place as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. The creature was massive, larger than any bird or bat I had ever encountered. Its wings were dark and leathery, stretching out far from its body, and they moved slightly, almost like it was testing the air. Its silhouette was jagged and sharp, like it was formed out of the night itself. But what really made my stomach drop, what turned my blood to ice, were its eyes. They were glowing a deep, intense red, like two embers just burning in the dark, and it cast this sickly light across its face. I could feel those eyes on me, even from across the street. I didn't blink. I didn't dare to move. It felt like doing so would break some unspoken rule. It didn't seem real. It seemed like some twisted hallucination of shadow and my imagination, but it was there. It was so real that I could hear the rustle of its wings and feel the air shift around me. I wanted to look away. I wanted to run, scream, do anything to break the stillness of that moment. But my feet felt rooted to the ground, my mind trapped in some sort of trance. I watched as the creature shifted, its wings folding against its back, its head tilting like it was studying me in return. The red eyes never left mine. Minutes passed, maybe only a few seconds, but time seemed to stretch out in that terrifying stillness. I could feel the weight of its gaze like a physical thing pressing down on me. The longer I stood there, the more I realized something. The creature wasn't just watching me. It was waiting for something. It was waiting for me to do something. I couldn't tell what, but every instinct in me screamed to run, to turn away and forget that this ever happened. But still, I couldn't. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a noise, a sharp, unsettling screech that sent a chill down my spine. The creature spread its wings wide, and for a moment I thought it was going to come right at me. But instead, it leapt from the steeple, swooping down just far enough that I could see the outline of its body more clearly. I could hear its wings beating the air, the sound loud and disturbing, like something unnatural was forcing the air apart. I wanted to move, but still I was frozen. No matter what I did, I couldn't break out of it. The creature flew low, swooping in a circle around the church, those red eyes flickering in and out of the night. It didn't seem to care that I was watching, as if my presence wasn't even worth acknowledging. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the night. The sky, which had once seemed so clear, now felt heavy, oppressive, as if something ancient had passed through and left its mark. For a long time I stood there, staring at the spot where it had been. My heart pounded in my chest, my breaths coming in almost gasps. I don't know how long I stayed there. It could have been seconds, it could have been minutes. But eventually, I was able to break out of it, and I stumbled backwards, my feet finally obeying that primal urge to get as far away as possible. I don't remember much after that. I just ran. My legs felt like jelly. My mind was too jumbled to make sense of anything that had just happened. The night was still and silent, but it felt different now, like something had shifted. I didn't dare look back as I bolted down the street, not until I reached my apartment, my hands shaking as I locked the door behind me. That was 3 years ago, and I've never been able to shake the memory of that creature. I never told anybody what I saw. I mean, who would believe me? I barely believe it myself. But every time I walk past that church, I glance up at the steeple, half expecting to see those red eyes staring back at me from the darkness. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just exhausted. Maybe I had imagined it. But the thing is, I know that I didn't. I know what I saw, and I don't think I'll ever be able to forget it. I try not to walk down that street anymore, and I definitely don't go out at night unless I absolutely have to. Because if there's one thing I learned that night, it's that there is something out there that I don't think we were meant to see. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I think if I write it down, if I finally tell someone, it'll stop feeling so real. Maybe somebody out there will understand, or maybe they'll have seen it too. I don't know. But if you ever find yourself walking through a quiet town at night, and you catch something you know shouldn't be there, don't look too long. Trust me. The Silent Woods. I live near the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains, and I hike there pretty much from May to October. A few years ago, I decided to hike a pretty strenuous trail that leads to a huge rock slide. I parked and noticed that I was the only person there. I had my 2 dogs with me, so I got them out and started up the trail. About a mile in, I came to a clearing that had a huge teepee-like structure in it. The trees were all woven together. I put down my walking stick and stopped to take pictures. It seemed weird, but it also seemed kind of cool. After taking the pictures, I moved up the trail. As soon as I passed the tree structure, I immediately felt like I was being watched, and the woods went silent. It was so strange. No bugs, no birds, no small animal noises, just dead silent. I hike by myself all the time, and I don't usually get creeped out or scared. I've seen bears, and I'm pretty sure that there are cougars in the area, but I kept going. The feeling of being watched only got more intense. My dogs, who are experienced trail dogs, started acting weird. They stayed super close to me, not making much noise, which was unusual for them. I realized that I had left my walking stick down by the tree structure. I didn't want to go back down and get it, and then have to hike back up, so I just kept going. I was about a quarter mile past the tree structure when the feeling of being watched became unbearable. I tried to rationalize it, thinking that it might be a big cat. So I decided to head back down. The rational part of my brain told me to slow down, but my flight response kicked in. I sprinted full speed down the 30 to 40 degree slope. When I got back to the tree structure and meadow, I looked down, and my walking stick was gone. It was nowhere to be seen. It was pretty distinct, too, because it was made from aspen, and I'd picked it up somewhere else, and there are no aspens in this part of the forest. I was absolutely terrified. I kept running, feeling like I was being chased, but I never saw anything. I never heard anything either. Yes, it could have been a big cat, but why would it only start after I passed the tree structure? And how did my walking stick disappear? Last time I checked, big cats don't need those. I didn't stop running until I was nearly back to the parking lot, and that's when the feeling of being watched and chased finally left me. I will never, ever go back there. Just thinking about it still gives me the creeps. I was 8 or 9, I can't really remember. My family, which was my dad, my mom, me, and my 2 brothers, lived in this tiny house, and one night we all decided to sleep in the living room. There was some late-night singing contest TV show that we all loved to watch together, so we kind of made it a sleepover in the living room. Anyway, in the middle of the night, I suddenly woke up. Everybody was fast asleep next to me. I was in the middle between my 2 brothers, but from the darkness of the house, I could just see a female figure. She was sitting on the sofa in the adjacent room, brushing her long hair. My immediate thought was, What the hell is my mom doing brushing her hair in the dark? I turned to my side, trying to fall back asleep, when I saw that my mom was still sleeping next to my brother. At this point, my half-asleep mind suddenly became very aware and remembered a very critical detail about my mom. Her hair was short. A cold shiver went down my spine, and I crawled into the blankets, trembling in horror, until I was finally able to go back to sleep. I'm not sure how long it took. The next morning I told everybody what I saw, but, of course, nobody believed me. My Aunt's Victorian Dolls by a now deleted user, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. I'm going to start this off by saying I hate dolls. They have always given me the creeps. I was that one little girl that was never into Cabbage Patch Kids, Barbie, American Girl, anything that looked particularly lifelike. I am nearly 50 years old, and that feeling has probably only grown stronger over the years, because it's been validated a few times. This is one of those times. My aunt went through a phase of collecting Victorian dolls with porcelain-painted faces that looked eerily realistic, save for the big eyes and those weird stiff lashes. When we would visit, my sister and I never wanted to sleep in that room, because they were everywhere, and they were even unsettling to my sister, who was very much into dolls as a kid. But that's usually the room that we were assigned when we were visiting. I was in my early 20s at the time, and had come up to stay for the weekend. I was seated at the vanity in front of a large round mirror that reflected a lot of the dolls behind me. I had just finished putting on some makeup and was putting stuff back into my makeup case when I caught movement behind me. I turned around, and everything looked as normal as it gets when there are about 15 dolls staring at you. I turned back around. In the mirror, I saw that one of the dolls was turned around, facing the wall. I spun around to see if this was true because I know that this was not what I saw the first time I turned around. All the dolls were facing me. I looked back at the mirror, and that one doll was still turned around. I didn't look again. I just left the room. Screw that. I'm not a chicken, and I've had other experiences that didn't bother me like this. Bring dolls into the mix, though, and I'm out. La Nina, the missionary haunting. I never believed in ghosts until this happened. When I was a missionary in Chile some years ago, I lived in a small town called Machalí, in a little house with a few other sister missionaries. The house seemed like it had started small, maybe a one-room place in the 50s, and had been added to as the years went on, with a hall here and a bathroom with plumbing there. The weird thing about this house was that at around 3 a.m., every single night, the air would change. It felt like something was terribly wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The best way I can describe it is spiritual nausea, like severe motion sickness, but not in my body, more in my heart. Then we'd hear the sound of child's running footsteps and laughter in the hall. None of us dared to leave our rooms during those early hours, because once you opened the door to the hall, that nauseous feeling multiplied tenfold. I would have chalked it up to stress dreams, but everyone experienced the exact same things. We tried to ignore it, even decided not to tell the next group of missionaries about La Nina. But they asked about it anyway, after being woken up by her laughter. Other weird things happened at night, too. One missionary felt thin, disembodied hands touching her back. I had sleep paralysis one night and saw a tall, antlered figure staring at me in bed. Children's toys would appear in the hall when nobody had placed them there. Some of our neighbors told us that there was a nearby witch who didn't like us, and we occasionally found dead animals in the yard. Whether it was her doing, a carbon monoxide problem, or an actual haunting, I have no idea. But whatever it was distracting us from sleep enough to make us useless during the day. House blessings and prayers did nothing. Eventually, we were authorized to change apartments, and the strange events stopped. I don't think whatever it was meant any real harm, but I do think it desperately wanted to be noticed. I'm a pilot. One time I was flying and I saw this bright orange glowing thing hovering over the trees. It was kind of bouncing around like if you had a ball on an elastic string, and you just bounced it around and whatnot. Anyway, since my course would have brought me near it, I asked air traffic control if they saw anything on their radar. They said no. They asked me what I was seeing, so I described it. They said that they weren't showing anything and they weren't aware of any military activity. The thing shot straight up and disappeared, so I told them it was gone. They asked me if I wanted to file a UFO report. I said heck no, it's probably a weather balloon, and I continued on my way. Now, I know it wasn't a balloon, but I don't want the FAA questioning my sanity. What freaks me out is that we know very little about the ocean, but relative to us, the ocean is finite. What's behind the blue sky we see is infinite almost, and we know nothing about it. The Naga by the Mekong. I grew up in a small village along the Mekong River in the northeastern part of Thailand, near Nong Khai. Everyone here knows the stories about the Naga, the serpent deity that's supposed to live in the river. I always thought that it was just folklore, something elders told you to keep the kids from playing in the water at night. But then I had an experience that changed how I see those stories. It was late October, during the end of Buddhist Lent, and the locals were celebrating the Naga Fireball Festival. People gather to watch glowing orbs rise from the river, which some say are the Naga's breath. That night, I was fishing a little downstream from the festival area. The noise of the crowd was far enough away that I could only hear the occasional cheer, and the river was calm, with just the sound of water lapping against my boat. I was sitting there, minding my fishing lines, when I noticed the water rippling unnaturally near the center of the river. At first, I thought it was just a large fish, or maybe a boat farther upstream causing a disturbance. But the ripples started to form a pattern, circular, deliberate, and expanding outward like something big was moving just beneath the surface. I watched closely, gripping my paddle, feeling uneasy but not yet scared. The ripples grew larger, and then I saw it, a massive dark shape gliding just under the water. It looked too big to be any fish I knew, and it moved with a smoothness that gave me chills. My instincts told me to row back to shore, but curiosity kept me there. Suddenly, the water lit up. A faint glow emerged from beneath the surface, pulsating like it was alive. The glow grew brighter, revealing the outline of a long, sinuous body. It was then that I saw the head. It broke through the surface briefly, a serpent-like face with what looked like antlers or ridges rising from its head. Its eyes glowed faintly red, and its scales shimmered like wet jewels in the moonlight. I froze. Every story I had ever heard about the Naga came flooding back. My grandmother always said the Naga only shows itself to those it favors, or those that it's warning. I didn't know which category I fell into. The creature lingered there, half submerged, staring in my direction. It wasn't threatening, but it felt like it was studying me, deciding something. I couldn't bring myself to move. My paddle stayed resting against the side of the boat, and my fishing lines hung limp in the water. I whispered a quick prayer to the river spirits, hoping that whatever I was seeing would leave me unharmed. As suddenly as it had appeared, the Naga dipped back into the water. The glow followed it, trailing downriver until it disappeared completely. The river went still again, and I sat there for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes, trying to process what I had just witnessed. When I finally made it back to the village, I didn't tell anyone right away. The festival was still going on, and people were laughing and eating, sharing stories about the fireballs. I didn't want to be the crazy one, claiming that I'd seen the Naga itself. But a few days later, I told my grandmother. She listened without interrupting, her face calm but serious. She told me that seeing the Naga is a rare blessing, but it's also a reminder to live respectfully and honor the spirits of the river. I don't know if that's what it was, a blessing, a warning, or just an incredibly rare natural phenomenon, but I've never fished alone at night since, and every year during the festival, I pay my respects, just in case. The Woman with No Feet. I used to work at a night market in Chiang Mai. If you've ever been to one, you know they're alive with energy. Rows of food stalls, handmade crafts, sometimes knockoff designer goods, and tourists mixing with the locals. I ran a small booth selling Thai silk scarves. It wasn't much, but it paid the bills, and I loved the nightly routine. The market had a rhythm. The laughter, the haggling, and the smell of grilled meat and fried bananas filling the air. It started like any other night. The market was buzzing, with lanterns casting a warm glow over the crowds. I was folding scarves when I noticed her for the first time. She was striking, not in a flashy way, but in a quiet, graceful kind of way. Her long black hair shone under the lights, and she wore a simple white dress that flowed with her every step. She moved through the crowd with an ease that seemed out of place among the bustling market-goers. She stopped at my booth and began to browse. I greeted her with a polite smile and asked if she needed any help. She didn't answer right away, just ran her fingers over the scarves, her touch delicate and deliberate. Finally, she asked, "How much is this one?" Her voice was soft but clear, and there was something almost melodic about it. I told her the price, and I waited for her to decide. She didn't haggle, which was unusual. Most people at the market loved to bargain, even if it was just for sport. She just nodded and handed me the exact amount. Her hands were cold when she placed the money in mine. Colder than they should have been on a warm Chiang Mai evening. I didn't think much of it at the time, though. She took the scarf, draped it over her shoulders, and smiled at me. "Thank you," she said, before turning and walking away. I watched her go, partly because she was so elegant, and partly because something about her unsettled me. I couldn't put my finger on it. The night went on, and I got busy with other customers. I had nearly forgotten about her when I saw her again. This time, she was standing at a food stall a few rows down, holding what looked like a skewer of grilled pork. She wasn't eating it, she was just standing there, staring into the distance. It was strange because in a market as lively as ours, people were always moving, always doing something. But she just stood there, still and quiet, like she didn't belong in the scene at all. I shook off the feeling and went back to work. But as the night wore on, I kept seeing her. She didn't seem to be buying anything else, just wandering through the market, her white dress flowing behind her. At one point, I saw her standing in the shadows near the edge of the market, away from the lights and the crowd. She was staring directly at me. When our eyes met, she turned and disappeared into the darkness. I tried to focus on closing up for the night, but the uneasiness stayed with me. As I packed my scarves, I mentioned her to my friend Ploy, not her real name, more of a loving nickname, who ran the stall next to mine. Ploy was a bit of a gossip and always eager to hear something strange. When I described the woman, Ploy's face grew serious. "You saw her?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The woman in white?" "Yeah," I said, confused. "Do you know her?" Ploy shook her head. "Well, not exactly, but I've heard about her. Some of the other vendors say they've seen her before. She always shows up late at night, buys something small, and then disappears. They say she's not normal." "What do you mean, not normal?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Ploy hesitated, glancing around to make sure nobody else was listening. "They say she's a ghost. A pea, you know. Some people think that she's a pea tai hung. You know, one of those spirits of someone who died suddenly or violently. The market used to be a lot smaller, and they say there was an accident here years ago, before it grew into what it is now." I laughed nervously, trying to brush it off. "Oh, come on, Ploy. It's probably just some rich tourist who likes to dress fancy." But her words stuck with me as I finished packing up and started to head home. The market was nearly empty by then, with only a few vendors lingering as they cleaned up. The alleyways were quieter, the air cooler. As I walked toward the main road to catch a tuk-tuk, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, expecting to see another vendor or a late-night shopper, but there was no one there. The alley was empty, the market stalls dim and shadowed. I shook my head and kept walking, chalking it up to my imagination. Then I saw her. She was standing at the end of the alley, her white dress glowing faintly in the dim light. Her back was to me, but I knew it was her. My heart started pounding, and a cold sweat broke out on my neck. I called out, "Hey, do you need help?" She didn't move. She just stood there like she was waiting for something. I took a hesitant step forward, and then stopped. Something wasn't right. The air felt heavy, and the faint hum of the market seemed to fade into silence. Then she turned around. It wasn't her face that scared me. It was her feet, or rather, the lack of them. She was floating, her dress swaying gently as if caught by an invisible breeze. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. It wasn't anger or malice in her gaze, but a deep, sorrowful emptiness that chilled me to the core. I don't remember running, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, I was on the main road again, flagging down a tuk-tuk with trembling hands. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The next day I told Ploy what happened. She listened quietly, her face pale. When I finished, she nodded and said, "You're lucky. They say if you see her feet, or that she doesn't have any, it means she's showing you her true form. But if she follows you home, that's when you should really worry. I didn't go back to the market for a week. When I finally did, I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. I never saw her again, but every now and then, I'd hear other vendors whispering about a woman in white who came late at night, buying something small and then vanishing into the shadows. Even now, years later, I can't step into a night market without scanning the crowd for her. I still don't know what she wanted or why she showed herself to me, but I've learned one thing. Some stories, no matter how unbelievable, are probably better left untested. Send in the Clowns by I Heart Bubble Tea, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. I was given a small porcelain doll with a painted face. It was the sad clown face, but the type from the theater, with a tear under one eye, rather than a circus type. It had a wind-up key in the back, and it would play Send in the Clowns while its head rolled around in a circle on its shoulders. Creepy, but the person who gave it to me had passed away, and it was the only thing they'd given me, so I kept it on the shelf, out of sentiment. I couldn't sleep one night, and around 3 a.m., I started getting a really creepy feeling out of nowhere. The creepy feeling grew and grew, until suddenly the clown started playing, and the head started rotating around by itself. I hadn't wound or played with that doll in years, and no one else did either, so there was no juice in it, so to speak, for it to suddenly start playing. I was out of bed and out of that bedroom like a shot. The next day, I got rid of it. Sentimentality be damned. I'll never have a clown doll again. The Floating Dog Toy by A Swoon Song, posted to r/paranormal. I fell asleep on the couch pretty early last night, about 10:30. Usually my significant other wakes me up and tells me to go to bed. However, we had gotten into an argument earlier in the evening, and I think he was just like, I'm leaving her out here. Fair enough. Well, a bit after midnight, I heard 3 loud stomps. This scared the crap out of me, so I woke up immediately. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw one of my dog's toys floating, about 4 feet above the floor. It was a small lamb chop plushie with all the stuffing ripped out. It was rotating a tiny bit, and then was entirely still for a second. Then it started to slowly lower itself onto the floor. As soon as it was on the floor, I looked over at my dog, and he looked at me, and we both ran to the bedroom. I got into bed, my significant other was awake, and I said, "There's something in the living room." He looked at me and pretty much brushed me off, and told me to just go to bed. It took me forever to calm down enough to fall asleep, and then I repeatedly woke up throughout the night. I kept thinking about someone holding that dog toy, realizing that I was looking at them, and then slowly putting it down. I was uneasy all night. I told my significant other about it in the morning before work, but he just said something along the lines of, "That's so weird," and then proceeded to take our dog outside to do his business. I didn't push the subject because I was so freaked out, and also exhausted because I had hardly slept. Fast forward to around 10:30 this morning. I texted my significant other and was like, "Did you get what I was saying about the creepy thing?" He responded, "Yes. Actually, the bed was shaking before you came in." I said, "You're lying." He swore to God that it was true. I also texted my siblings in our group chat, and they gave the usual, "Oh my God, so creepy," responses. But one of my sisters said, 3 loud stomps could be mocking the Holy Trinity. I wasn't sure what she meant because I'm not religious at all, but I Googled it, and I guess 3 loud stomps or knocks or thumps represents demonic presence in Christianity. I got chills all over as I read that. This entire time, I felt like the 3 loud stomps were from downstairs. I live above a bar, so that part of the experience didn't really scare me, other than startling me awake. Also, I was thinking that maybe I was hallucinating, since I was only awake for just a bit before I saw what I saw. It was the floating dog toy that scared the crap out of me. For a while, I felt like everything that I experienced was purposeful, and maybe evil. My significant other and I thought that maybe we had somehow invited evil into the apartment, because we'd been watching and listening to nothing but horror stuff due to it being October. But we also think that our argument may have caused a lot of negative energy that might have allowed what was already present to manifest itself the way that it did. At this point, though, I really want to think that I was just hallucinating, because I woke up so suddenly. And maybe the bed was just shaking due to movement downstairs. I don't know. I never really did that before, though. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or even the afterlife, but I feel like life would be more meaningful if I did. I don't know. I just don't know. Cat in the Hat by M. Melancholic. Posted to r/paranormal. So I was about 6 or 7. My oldest sister and I slept in my parents' room, in a small bed that belonged to our younger brother. He was sleeping in the middle of my parents. I can't remember why we didn't sleep in our room that night, but I think we were afraid of the dark, like most kids. Our bedroom was about 2 feet from our parents', and it was directly across from their room. We lived in one of those apartments with the kitchen and a living room on the first floor, and the bedrooms and bathroom on the second. So my parents' bed is to the left of us, and there's a small gap in between both beds. I'm unfortunately on the outside of the bed, next to the gap. My sister wakes me up, and she keeps saying, "Look at the end of the beds, look." I've never been more scared in my life. It was one of those Cat in the Hat dolls with the pull bow tie. It was literally walking toward us. That thing radiated pure evil. Keep in mind, it was purely cotton, or whatever material it had stuffed inside, but it was definitely not a toy that could move on its own. At the time, I thought I was dreaming. But I'm laying super still when the doll walks past my parents' bed and to the end of our bed. It peeked its head around the corner and then started moving really fast toward me. We both screamed at the top of our lungs and jumped up onto our parents' bed. My parents both wake up. My dad is super pissed. My mom recalls to this day waking up to that creepy Cat in the Hat doll and seeing it standing and moving its head. She said that as soon as she looked at it, it fell limp to the floor. My dad never believed us, but my mom witnessed it. 3 people all witnessed the exact same thing. That's how I became a believer. Even as a child, I knew it was illogical for stuffed toys to be able to walk, let alone move at all. Do you have any stories like that? I'd love to hear them. At Work and Freaked Out by MomSpice666, posted to r/paranormal. So I'm at work right now and something unexplainable just happened. I work with a private client who needs 24/7 care. He is bedridden and doesn't talk much or make a sound. I basically stay in a room with him at night and take notes while he's sleeping. I'm here to note if he does any teeth grinding or tossing around a lot. It's just him and his mother living here. We're out in the middle of nowhere in North Carolina. I've been working at this house for a few months now, and nothing odd has happened, until about 20 minutes ago. Most nights I leave his door open, just out of habit. But tonight, I decided to close it so that the heat would stay in here. I'm just sitting here practicing Duolingo when all of a sudden I heard what sounds like a woman moaning in pain loudly and for a long time. It startled me. It made the hairs on my body stick up. I was working up the courage to open the door when I heard a knock on the door, so I said, "Come in." It's the client's mother asking me if he was laughing. I just looked at her puzzled. I don't understand how she heard laughter, but I heard something terrifying. We checked the whole house, and there's nothing that can be confirmed for what this is or why it happened. She's just as confused as I am, but she's handling it better. I'm very much frightened. I can't help but feel uneasy now. I still have 5 hours left to go. My brain just cannot comprehend how that happened. Sorry if my storytelling is bad. I'm just over here trying not to be scared. The doppelganger in the moonlight. I was walking up to meet my friend one night. I live in Connecticut, so I didn't think there was anything here that could be cryptic or unknown to us. It was around 11 p.m., and I was headed to chill with him for a little bit. I approached this house, specifically the garage, because I usually cut through the yard. As I got closer to the garage, I saw what I thought was my friend standing there. It was him, and I did our call, which was like a ch-ch sound. But this thing just looked at me with his face. But every detail about him was the same, and since it was a full moon, I could see him very clearly. I got even closer and called his name, but he, or it, didn't respond. I figured he was just being a freak and messing with me, so I continued on my way, snapping him a message, asking what the hell he was doing. He shortly sent me a Snapchat picture of himself at a bowling alley in a town 30 minutes away. All of this happened within 5 to 10 minutes of my sighting. I never saw anything like that again, but from then on, I wasn't much of a night person anymore. I still can't shake the eerie, dreadful feeling I had when I saw that thing. I don't really talk about it, because it genuinely scares me. I still can't figure out what it was, but it mimicked my friend's appearance to a T. This experience has seriously freaked me out, and I still refuse to walk alone at night. The 3:17 a.m. Visitor by Jamie L. It started about 3 weeks ago. I had just moved into this old brownstone in the heart of the city. It's a beautiful place, all hardwood floors and high ceilings, with large windows that let in plenty of natural light during the day. At night, though, it's a different story. The shadows seem to stretch and twist in ways that play tricks on your eyes, and the old pipes groan and creak as the building settles. I didn't mind any of that at first. In fact, I found it kind of charming. But then, the footsteps started. The first time it happened, I jolted awake in the middle of the night, my heart pounding. I could have sworn I heard someone walking down the hallway outside my bedroom. The floorboards creaked rhythmically, the sound growing closer and closer to my door. I lay there, frozen in fear, straining my ears to catch any other sound. But as suddenly as they had started, the footsteps stopped. I waited for what felt like hours, barely daring to breathe, but nothing else happened. When morning came, I convinced myself that it had just been a particularly vivid dream. I went about my day as usual, the incident all but forgotten by the time I went to bed that night. But then it happened again, and again, and again. Every single night, without fail, I would wake up to the sound of those footsteps, always at exactly 3:17 a.m., always starting out at the far end of the hallway and moving toward my bedroom door, always stopping just outside. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the building settling, or a neighbor with unusual sleep patterns. But the regularity of it, the precise timing, it was uncanny. I started setting up my phone to record audio while I slept, hoping to catch something concrete. But every morning when I checked the recordings, there was nothing. Just hours of silence. Not even the ambient noise you would expect in an old building. I talked to my neighbors, casually asking if they had noticed any strange noises at night. They all said no, looking at me with a mixture of concern and suspicion. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. One night, about a week into this bizarre routine, I decided that I had had enough. I was going to confront whatever was out there. I lay awake in bed, watching the minutes tick by on my phone. As 3:17 a.m. approached, I felt my whole body tense up. Right on cue, the footsteps began. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and then I threw open my bedroom door. The hallway was empty, but the footsteps continued, growing louder, as if whatever was making them was walking right through me. I felt a chill run down my spine. The air around me was suddenly cold enough to make my breath visible. And then, just as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The hallway was silent and still once more. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night, or the next, really. I spent my days in a fog, jumping at every little sound, dreading the approach of nightfall. I considered moving out, but I had just signed a year-long lease. And besides, what would I tell my landlord? That I was being haunted by phantom footsteps? Right. So I stayed. I endured, night after night, the same routine. Wake up at 3:17 a.m., listen to the footsteps, try not to go insane. It wasn't until about 2 weeks in that things changed again. I was lying awake, waiting for the now familiar sound, when I noticed something odd. There was a faint glow coming from underneath my bedroom door, as if somebody had turned on a light in the hallway. I got up, moving as quietly as I could, and pressed my ear against the door. The footsteps started right on schedule. But this time, I could hear something else, too. A soft, rhythmic sound, almost like breathing. My hand hovered over the doorknob. Part of me was screaming to stay put, to not open that door no matter what. But another part, the part that was desperate for answers, for some kind of resolution to this madness, won out. I turned the knob and pulled the door open. The hallway was bathed in a soft bluish light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. And there, right in front of me, was a figure. It was translucent, like a reflection in a foggy mirror, but unmistakably human in shape. It was facing away from me, continued its slow walk down the hallway. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, it reached the end of the hall and simply faded away. The light went with it. plunging the hallway back into darkness. I slammed the door shut and scrambled back into bed, pulling the covers over my head like I was a child hiding from the boogeyman. My mind was reeling. I had seen it, actually seen it. Whatever it was that had been haunting my nights for weeks, now it had a visual to go with it. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I spent the day researching the history of my building, desperate for any clue that might explain what I had seen. It turns out the brownstone was built in the 1920s, and over the years it had seen its fair share of tragedy. There were reports of a fire in the 1940s that claimed several lives. In the 1970s, an elderly resident had died, alone in his apartment, and he wasn't discovered for days. More recently, in the early 2000s, a young woman had fallen down the stairs and broken her neck. None of these incidents seemed to match up with what I was experiencing, though. I couldn't find any records of deaths or accidents that had occurred at exactly 3:17 a.m., or any stories of hauntings or paranormal activity in the building. As night fell, I found myself dreading the coming hours more than ever before. Now that I knew there was actually something out there, how could I possibly sleep? But exhaustion eventually won out, and I drifted off sometime around midnight. When I woke up, my heart was racing, and I didn't even have to look at the clock to know what time it was. 3:17 a.m. The footsteps started, same as always, but this time I was ready. I had my phone in hand, camera app open, ready to capture whatever came through that door. The soft blue light appeared, seeping under the door and around its edges. I held my breath, finger hovering over the capture button. The door swung open. The figure was there, just as before, but this time it was facing me. I could make out vague features, the suggestion of eyes, a nose, a mouth. It seemed to be wearing some kind of long coat or robe. I snapped picture after picture, my hands shaking so badly I was sure they would come out blurry. The figure stood there for what felt like an absolute eternity, just looking at me. Or maybe looking through me, I wasn't sure. Then it turned and walked away, fading again into nothingness at the end of the hall. As soon as it was gone, I scrambled to check my phone. My heart sank. Every single picture was completely black. It was like I'd been taking photos with a lens cap on. I slumped back against my headboard, a mix of frustration and fear overtaking me. What was I dealing with here? Why was it happening to me? And most importantly, how could I make it stop? The next day, I reached out to a local paranormal investigation group. I felt ridiculous doing it, but I was at my wit's end. They agreed to come check out my apartment that weekend. The investigators arrived on Saturday evening, loaded down with all sorts of equipment: EMF meters, infrared cameras, audio recorders. They set everything up and we settled in to wait. As 3:17 a.m. approached, I could feel the tension in the room ratcheting up. The lead investigator, a woman named Lydia, sat with her hand poised over a device that looked like a souped-up walkie-talkie. The seconds ticked by. 3:17 a.m. came and went. Nothing happened. We waited for another hour, but the hallway remained stubbornly silent and dark. No footsteps, no figure, no eerie blue light. Just the quiet of a normal night in an old building. The investigators were sympathetic but clearly skeptical. They promised to analyze the recordings, but I could tell from their expressions that they didn't expect to find anything. After they left, I sat on my bed feeling more alone than ever. Had I imagined it all? Was I really losing my mind? But then, As the first rays of dawn began to peek through my window, I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway. I raced to the door and threw it open. The figure was there, clearer than I had ever seen it before. It was a man, middle-aged, with a sad, lost expression on his face. He turned to look at me, and for a moment, our eyes met, and then he spoke. His voice was faint, like a whisper from very far away, but I could just make out the words. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just lost." Before I could respond, he faded away, leaving me standing alone in my doorway, my mind reeling. Since that morning, I haven't seen the man again. The footsteps have stopped. The blue light no longer appears. My nights are quiet and undisturbed, and in a funny way that almost seems abnormal. But I can't stop thinking about those final words. I'm just lost. What did he mean? Was he a spirit trapped between worlds? A fragment of someone's past endlessly reliving the same moments? I don't have any answers, and I'm not sure I ever will, but I do know that my understanding of the world has been fundamentally changed. There really are things out there that we can't explain, things way beyond our comprehension. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, I find myself lying awake, listening. Not out of fear anymore, but out of a strange sort of hope. Hope that maybe, just maybe, I'll hear those footsteps again. Because now I know, whatever or whoever is out there, they're not trying to harm me. They're just looking for a way home. A couple of years ago, I had a dream reliving one of my childhood experiences. I was playing with my cousin, and at the end of the dream, when he was getting ready to go home, I said goodbye to him. And for some reason, it felt different that time. A couple of days later, he ended up passing away due to sudden death syndrome. Basically, a heart attack, but he was 25, so it was really unusual. 3 years later to this day, every 2 to 3 weeks, I'm having very vivid dreams where I'm talking with him and having full conversations. My friend says that it's my cousin reaching out to me, and while I don't personally believe that, I can't otherwise explain it rationally. Something I forgot to mention, if it's relevant, is that he was born the same month and year as me, just 8 days apart. So we'd been close friends since we were really young kids. A Toy Moving on Its Own by Alien Raccoons, posted to r/paranormal. It happened, I think, around 3 years ago. I don't believe in ghosts and crap, and it's the only paranormal experience in my life that I can think of. Some years ago, my mom's partner had got me a toy cat that he got from his friend. It was a very realistic toy with fur, and it ran on batteries. After turning it on, it would meow, purr, move its head and paws, stuff like that. After I grew up, I kind of forgot about it, and it ended up on the shelf in the attic. One day I went there, because there are lots of old books from my childhood, or earlier, and they're in the same room as the cat was. I spent a good amount of time reading them, at least an hour, and of course the cat was turned off the whole time. But then, it turned on. It just started moving and meowing, after so much time of being turned off. I immediately freaked out, so this next part might have been my brain playing tricks on me, but I thought that after I heard that, I heard something like steps coming from the other room. I ran down the stairs and I told my grandfather. He said it was him who had turned the cat on. He didn't. It was off for at least an hour, and then it turned on spontaneously. I think he was just trying to make me feel better. For years, nothing happened in this regard. But lately, the cat disappeared. Nobody in my family knows what happened to it. It was sitting there, laying down on the shelf for years, and then one day, I heard them looking for it. But it's nowhere. That's something that can be explained. Maybe one of my family members forgot that they took it somewhere. But the first situation, I really can't explain. The Figure in the Ocean by TLG20. I saw something bizarre in the water at night. I live right on the beach in southwest Florida, just a few buildings down from a friend's house. I went to my friend's house around 5 for dinner, and I left at about 8:30. This happens often, and I usually walk back on the beach to my place at night. But tonight, I saw something that scared the hell out of me. I was about 3/4 of the way back, and almost in front of my building, when I looked out into the water. It was a bit past twilight, so the ocean was pretty dark, with a few bluish-pink clouds on the horizon. About 20 yards out, I saw a figure in the water, just standing there. You could see the water breaking around it. I could only make out a silhouette, but it was tall. I see dolphins, manatees, things like that all the time. But this thing was just standing there. And it was large, a bit wider than the average human. I looked away and looked back, and it was still there. You could barely make it out because of the lighting, but it was definitely there. I looked around the beach. There was no one in sight. No towels, no sandals or flip-flops, and I was instantly freaked out. No one goes swimming this late, especially right in front of my building. I was on the phone at the time, describing what I was seeing, and I just backed up, staring at it until I got to my building. After I got inside, I went up to the 5th floor where I live and stared out at the ocean where I saw it first. But I couldn't see anything at this point. It was getting pretty dark. I don't know what the hell this thing was, but it definitely wasn't a person, and it scared the crap out of me. Mind you, I swim in the ocean every day, and up until this point, I've had zero fear of the ocean. I wasn't intoxicated at all. Has anyone seen any weird phenomena in the ocean at night like this? The Silent Helicopter and the Hunched Figure. I was at a park with my then-girlfriend, a place where a neighborhood bordered one side, and a few miles of dense forest stretched across the other. We were stargazing, sitting in a small clearing near the neighborhood, when I heard a rustling in a patch of shrubbery nearby. It sounded like a person stomping around, and I immediately got up to investigate. This area was known for some sketchy activity, drug deals and things like that, so I was on high alert. What I saw, though, didn't make any sense. Even now, sometimes I feel like I imagined it. I saw what appeared to be a person, hunched over, with a white cloth draped over them. They walked out of the bushes and stood on the path that goes around the entire park. I turned to my girlfriend, and I asked her what it looked like to her. Without telling her what I had seen, she described exactly what I did, in the exact same way. At that point, we decided to leave. We quickly headed to my car, and I, still curious about what we had seen, turned on the high beams, hoping that whatever it was would follow us. But it didn't. Now here's where the story gets even stranger. Please hear me out, as I've never shared this with anyone except my girlfriend, and we never spoke of it again after that night. We decided to continue stargazing, so we drove a few miles to another park, one that's essentially a large open field. We found a bench, sat down, and tried to forget about what had just happened. About 10 or 15 minutes later, we suddenly saw something that wasn't just odd, it was silent. We saw a black helicopter fly over us, making no noise, heading in the direction of the first park. It was totally silent, no sound at all. I've never been able to find a single picture online that matches what we saw, but if you're familiar with the game Halo Reach, it looked like a falcon. The thing maneuvered like nothing I've ever seen. It dipped over the tree line at such a steep angle that we honestly thought it was going to crash. The strangest part? There was an old woman walking her dog in the park, and she didn't react to the helicopter at all. No acknowledgement, no surprise, nothing. It was by far the strangest night of my life. My girlfriend and I agreed that maybe we'd had some bad food and a shared hallucination or something, so we decided to just go home and go to bed. I haven't returned to either of those parks, and I don't plan to. There's some really strange stuff going on out there. The Ghost Train of the Henry Flagler Museum. My shift as a night watchman at the Henry Flagler Museum in Palm Beach was supposed to be quiet. The occasional creak of the building, a rustling of leaves outside, that was supposed to be my only company. The museum was once a very opulent home of a railroad magnate, Henry Flagler. You might have guessed that part. The whole building, though, was really this grand testament to a bygone era, a love letter to days gone by, you might say. The nighttime silence there was serene, but it was also kind of eerie. Still, it was what I'd signed up for and what I expected. What I didn't expect was what happened that night. The night was deepening, and I settled into my normal routine. I patrolled the rooms and grand halls. The museum had a really elegant architecture about it, and a pretty rich history, too. It was peaceful, but there was always kind of a strange anticipation in the air. Around midnight, though, I was jolted from my routine by a distant sound. I started to listen closely, trying to figure out what in the world it was. At first I thought somebody had broken in, but then I realized it was the clanging of a train's wheels on tracks. The sound got louder and filled the museum with a familiar but out-of-place noise. I could almost hear the distant whistle of a train. I walked toward the source of the sound, although it was kind of hard to pinpoint. I swept my flashlight everywhere, trying to figure out what could be making this noise. At that point, I still thought it was a prank of some kind. But the noise seemed to be coming from the direction of the old railway tracks that once connected Flagler's properties. I headed that way, and as I got to the museum's grounds, the sound just ceased. I stood in the quiet darkness. I listened, but the train sound had vanished as quickly as it had come. There was a really eerie calm that followed, which was almost as creepy as the noise itself. The whole thing was kind of fascinating, but it was also deeply unsettling. What in the world had happened? Apparently there is a legend. It says that ghostly train sounds come and go there, and people think that it's the spirit of Henry himself, continuing to travel along the tracks he once championed. Apparently, it's just a lingering reminder that Flagler gives us all of his passion for railroads. I don't know, it seems a little hokey to me. Something is there, something out of the ordinary for sure. But whatever it is, I'm kind of grateful for the experience, even though the rest of that night shift was a little bit eerie. I was at my daughter's house one year. She and her husband were given his deceased uncle's house, and she and my granddaughters and I had gone to the store. My son-in-law, James, who is 5'9" and stocky, and a friend of theirs who lives with them, Gary, 6 foot, thin build, both worked at the same shop delivering packages, but sometimes one would get off work before the other. To set this up, the house is older. When you walk into the foyer, her room is off to the right. Straight ahead, you walk into the kitchen, and off to the right is the living room with the bathroom off of that. She kept blackout drapes in the living room so it was dark. So we get back from the store, daughter goes out back, kids run upstairs, and I'm in the kitchen by the counter unloading bags. I'm facing the back door and I see this tall shadow move from the bathroom, and it goes straight to the TV and entertainment system. I think to myself, Gary's home, because Gary would always come home and go straight to the TV or entertainment system, where he had a little bowl he would put his keys and change in. I didn't even think twice about it. I get done and I go to use the bathroom, and as I finish and leave, it crosses my mind that I didn't see Gary in the living room. My daughter had come in from the back and I asked her where Gary was. She said he was still at work. I said, no, I just saw him in the living room. She and I just passed it off. I got to mulling it over, and when James came home first, I asked James if his uncle was more like his build or taller and thinner. James tells me that his uncle was tall and thin. We got to talking and James told me that his uncle made his bedroom where theirs was now, instead of an upstairs bedroom, as he got sicker and couldn't use the stairs. So if he went to the bathroom, he would just walk through the doorway where my daughter and James had their TV and entertainment system. Gary got home a few hours later. I didn't get the heebie-jeebies at the time, because I didn't think I was seeing anything other than flesh and blood. But wow, did it give me the heebie-jeebies later. When we first moved into our old house, our uncle gifted us 2 puppy Labrador retrievers. I named one Charlie, my brother named the other Gordo. A few months later, they both got parvo. Charlie ended up dying from it, but Gordo survived. More time passes, and I don't really remember what we were celebrating, but I remember being the only one inside the house. Everyone else was in the backyard around my dad, who was barbecuing. I was sitting on the couch, where you can see the sliding glass door in the kitchen, and I could see outside. The door was closed. I got up to go to the bathroom, and I was right at the end of the hallway when I felt Gordo jump on the back of my legs. He pushed me so hard I remember stumbling forward. I turned around to pet him, but there was nothing there. And the sliding door was still closed and everybody was still outside. I remember wondering what in the world had just happened. To this day, I still tell myself that it was Charlie, but I'll never actually know. Matchbox by Bekwa. Posted to r/paranormal in a comment. When I was little, I used to live in an old farmhouse from the late 1800s. One evening, we had our cousins and aunt and uncle over to visit. The adults were in the living room smoking and watching TV. My cousins and sister were playing at the bottom of the stairs. I was in another room downstairs doing I don't remember what. The upstairs hallway had no light. The only way to see anything was the window on top of the landing, which let in light from the full moon, and some light from downstairs could light up anyone or anything on the stairs or landing. I remember my cousins freaking out, so I ran over to see what was going on. A cousin and my sister ran to the adults. The other cousins pointed up the stairs and said, "Something's moving, something's moving." I turned my head and saw my little blue matchbox pickup truck moving very slowly toward the edge of the landing. As I watched, it tumbled down the stairs. I ran up the stairs to grab my truck, which tumbled partway down the stairs. My remaining cousins ran yelling to the adults. I grabbed up my truck and ran to the landing on the stairs. I could barely see anything, but a vague figure crouching near the landing and window. I recognized this as my playmate, and I began chatting with it. My dad had to come upstairs and bring me down with the rest of the family. No one was upstairs but me. And of course, I wasn't upstairs when the truck first moved. The silent woods and a dog's instincts. I'm not in the Sierra Nevada range per se, but I'm not that far north of them. I spend the majority of my free time in the summer months hiking, camping, and fishing. I'm familiar with the area, the wildlife, and the ecosystem in general. I've never posted anything like this before, mostly because I've never had more than the feeling of being watched and the reaction from my dog. Speaking of which, my dog is a very experienced mountain dog and quite large. He's a Great Pyrenees, male, about 130 pounds. Nothing spooks him. I've literally seen him square off with a mountain lion. It was on the smaller side, so I'm assuming it was a juvenile male, but still. A couple of good growls and some posturing on my dog's part sent that cat running. I've had another encounter in the same area, where we could hear the mountain lion crying. It seemed to have come to the tree line around dusk, but my dog quickly scared it off in the same fashion. He's a giant happy idiot 99% of the time, but he can also scare off what he needs to. But there have definitely been a few times when my dog and I were out hiking, and the woods went completely silent. Dead silent. Normally, I would assume a predator, or more likely people in the area. But these couple of odd times, my normally fearless and happy-go-lucky dog would suddenly decide he needs to be glued to my hip, with his mane, if you're familiar with the breed, it's particularly distinct on males, standing on end, and him clearly on edge. I should mention that a dog that size leaning on the hip of a grown man, although he thinks he's being protective, has nearly sent me tumbling down a mountain. That dog being on edge is what really spooks me. I mean, he's faced a predator in the wild and confronted it head-on. But the times when he's clearly spooked, those are the moments that really freak me out. Because I just have to wonder, what's out there? The Toys in the Closet by Lady Glasses, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. We lived in an old mansion in one of the city's historic districts. It wasn't fancy. It had been divided into apartments ages ago. Ours had weirdly shaped rooms. The bathroom was under the grand staircase in the blocked-off foyer. It was like a hallway with everything along one wall, and a slanted ceiling on the other side. There were 2 bedrooms, but you had to walk through ours to go into our daughter's. The room was the size of a closet, because it had a walk-in closet in it, which was nearly the same size. That closet was just to the left as you entered her room. We lined it with shelves for toys, and it was just another part of her room. No door on it. Multiple nights, the toys in that closet would turn on. Mostly it was one particular lamp, a kind of spinning disco lamp. But there were always others randomly. I started turning all the toys off, and that slowed it down a little bit, but that dang disco light would still come on, even when it was flipped off. I could see through her bedroom door from my spot in the bed, and we left that door open at night. I woke up one night pretty late, because I heard a sound in the closet again. While I was watching her doorway, I saw a small human shadow lean out of the closet, turn right toward me, and then lean back into the darkness. I remember being really angry about it while I was half asleep. I told him he could be there, but he was not allowed to scare my daughter. I could also see my daughter sleeping in her bed from my vantage point, so I know it wasn't her. I don't know the history of that house, but I dreamed about someone committing suicide in that room several times. There were weird marks on the wall that seemed to match the dreams. It's one of the most active homes I've ever lived in. I've had this happen in a house when I was really small too, like 6 or 7. It's really unsettling. I used to work for one of my university's departments that got moved into the empty building on campus. They decided that they needed our former space in a relatively full building, used mostly for general ed classes, for another department that they were creating. So we got moved to the old library, which hadn't housed a department full-time since like 2006. This was 2017. Anyway, most of the building had been remodeled. The only part that remains of the library are the old stacks, 5 levels of them. Most of the books in there were moved when the library was moved about 50 years ago, and most of the rest were put in the university archives for storage. But not all of them. Some extremely old, outdated books never left, and these had come from the original library on campus, which was located in what was the only building in the university for the first 40 years it existed. The university's first librarian was majorly dedicated. Our current library is named after her. She died in 1921, and she is said to still inhabit the books or something. Moving in, being a kid from the area, and a huge fan of this university, I knew the stories. I never believed the legends. Some professors refused to work there. Doors would slam shut, papers and books would fly off the shelves, cold chills randomly throughout the place. Well, we moved in with no fanfare and no issues. But the old stacks were undergoing some renovations, and while normally locked and strictly off limits to students, you could get in every once in a while. Naturally, I did, mostly out of curiosity, just to see what was in there. Last day of finals week, I decided to look around. It was May of 2018. I still had 2 years working there, so I figured I would get acclimated to the building. I wandered into the basement. The lowest level of the stacks is unlocked, so of course I went in, just to check things out and see. First and foremost, the lights crackled on. They weren't stable and they flickered a lot, and it was hot. The ventilation in this building was really bad back then on the floors with people in them, and it's no better now. So it's hot and stuffy. Walking into the main stacks, the lights are no better. Spotty, it's very warm, lots of odd noises all over the place, ancient books, forgotten small fossils like shells and tree twigs and stuff from the geology department. I had to be the only person left in the building by this point. It was about 5:30 p.m., as the semester was ending, so I wasn't going to be found. But it was uneasy. I didn't feel like I should be there. Moreover, I felt like something didn't want me there, not just because it was against the rules. It's nothing I'd ever felt before or since. It got more and more powerful the whole time I was in there, just looking around, peering at books, picking up old rocks, things like that. And then the air, as I'm standing still, goes ice cold. No particular reason why, there's no air vents nearby, but I felt the temperature drop. And then it just stops. Everything. I heard a loud bang from a source that I still can't figure out, and that was it. I was out of there in seconds. I don't believe in paranormal stuff. I don't believe in aliens, ghosts, whatever. But I also still don't know how to explain what happened that day. It's one of the strangest things I've ever experienced. The night the whispers came. I've always loved camping. There's something about being out in nature, away from the noise and chaos of city life that just speaks to my soul. But after what happened last weekend, I don't think I'll ever be able to look at the woods the same way again. I'm still trying to process everything, and I thought maybe writing it all down would help. So here goes. The story of the most terrifying night of my life. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway with my best friends, Alex and Sarah. We'd been planning this camping trip for months, eager to escape our busy lives and reconnect with each other and nature. We chose a remote spot in the national forest, about a 4-hour drive from the city. The plan was to hike in, set up camp, and spend 2 nights under the stars. The hike to our campsite was uneventful but beautiful, filled with laughter and catching up. We arrived in the late afternoon and quickly set about making camp. Alex and I put up the tents, while Sarah gathered firewood. As the sun began to set, we had a cozy little site set up. 3 small tents arranged in a semicircle around a fire pit. We got the fire going just as darkness fell. Its warm glow was a welcome barrier against the encroaching night. The forest around us came alive with the usual nighttime sounds. Crickets, chirping, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of a small animal in the underbrush. We roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, sharing stories and jokes as we enjoyed our dinner. As the night wore on, we naturally fell into telling scary stories. It was cheesy, I know, but it felt right. 3 friends around a campfire, trying to creep each other out. Alex had just finished a particularly gruesome tale about a hitchhiker with a hook for a hand, when Sarah suddenly sat up, her eyes wide. "Did you guys hear that?" she whispered, her voice tense. Alex and I exchanged glances. "Hear what?" I asked, straining my ears. Sarah hushed us, her eyes darting around the darkness beyond our little circle of firelight. We all fell silent, listening intently. For a moment, all I could hear was the crackling of the fire and the usual forest sounds. But then, a twig snapped somewhere in the darkness, unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. It sounded close, too close for comfort. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "It's probably just an animal," Alex said, but his voice lacked conviction. We all stared into the darkness, our eyes straining to see beyond the firelight. The woods seemed much darker. The shadows seemed deeper. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease, telling myself that it was just the power of suggestion. We'd just been telling scary stories, so of course we were all on edge. "Maybe we should call it a night," Sarah suggested, her voice still barely above a whisper. I was about to agree when the fire, which had been burning steadily all evening, suddenly went out. Not gradually, like a fire running out of fuel, but all at once, like someone had dumped a bucket of water on it. One moment we were bathed in warm, flickering light, and the next, we were plunged into absolute darkness. The sudden absence of light was disorienting. I blinked rapidly, trying to force my eyes to adjust to anything in the darkness. But this was more than just the absence of our campfire. It was like all the light had been sucked out of the world. I couldn't see the stars or the moon. I couldn't make out the shapes of trees. I couldn't even see my own hand in front of my face. It was like the darkness was a thing. "What the hell?" Alex's voice came from somewhere to my left, panic evident in his tone. "Guys?" Sarah's voice trembled. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart pounding out of my chest. I found it, wrapped my fingers around it, and nearly sobbed with relief. Until I clicked it on, and nothing happened. I clicked it again and again, but the flashlight just remained dark. At this point, fear gripped me. Primal, cold fear, as I realized that whatever had extinguished our fire had also been able to render our flashlights useless. And then the whispers came. At first, it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. A soft sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, but there was no breeze. The air was completely still, heavy with that unnatural silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. The whispers grew louder, coming from all around us. I couldn't make out words, just a constant, insistent murmuring that seemed to be everywhere. It was like the trees themselves were speaking. "Do you hear that?" Sarah's voice was high-pitched with fear. "What is it?" Alex asked, his usual bravado completely gone. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. The whispers were growing louder, more insistent, their sourceless voices drawing closer. And then, cutting through all of the whispers, a single word, clear as day, spoken directly into my ear. "Run." I jerked back and screamed. "Did you hear that?" I gasped. "Hear what?" Alex's voice was strained. Before I could answer, Sarah screamed. "Something touched me," she cried. "Something cold, it grabbed my arm." Panic exploded in my chest, and without thinking, I lurched to my feet, my hands outstretched in the darkness like a zombie. I needed to find Sarah to make sure she was okay, but in the absolute darkness, I had no sense of direction. I stumbled forward, my feet tangling in something, a tent line, maybe a root, who knows, and I went down hard. The impact knocked the wind out of me. I laid there for a moment, gasping for breath, the cold earth pressed against my face. The whispers surrounded me louder than ever. They seemed to be right next to me now, a cacophony of unintelligible voices all trying to speak at once. I pushed myself up, spitting out dirt and leaves. "Alex? Sarah?" I called out. No response. "Guys?" I tried again, louder this time. "Where are you?" Nothing but the whispers answered me. Fear clawed at my throat. Had they run? Were they looking for me? Had something taken them? I got to my feet, my legs shaking. I stood still, trying to orient myself. We had been sitting around the fire pit. The tents were behind us. If I could find a tent, maybe I could find my friends. I took a tentative step forward, my arms outstretched again. The whispers pressed in around me still, seeming to guide my movements. I tried to block them out, to focus on finding my friends, but they were insistent, almost deafening now. My fingers brushed against fabric. One of the tents. Relief flooded through me. "Alex? Sarah?" I called out again, feeling my way around the tent. "Are you in there?" As my hand moved across the tent, I felt something wet and sticky. I paused, my heart racing. Slowly, hesitantly, I brought my hand to my nose and sniffed. The metallic scent of blood filled my nostrils. I recoiled, a scream building in my throat. What was happening? Where were my friends? What was this nightmare we had stumbled into? The whispers crescendoed, becoming a roar that filled my head. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to block out the sound. It was like it was inside me now, 1,000 voices all clamoring for attention. And then again, cutting through the chaos, that same clear voice. "Run, now." This time, I didn't hesitate. I booked it. I had no idea what direction I was going in. I couldn't see anything in the darkness. I just ran, my arms outstretched to protect me from colliding into a tree or something. Branches whipped at my face and arms. Roots and uneven ground threatened to trip me with every step. But still, I ran. The whispers pursued me, always just behind me, chasing me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I ran until I thought I couldn't take another step. And then, ahead of me, I saw a glimmer of light. Hope surged through me, giving me a fresh burst of energy. I pushed myself harder, sprinting toward that promise of salvation. The light grew brighter, resolving into the familiar shape of a campfire. But not just any campfire. As I burst into the clearing, gasping for breath, ready to collapse with relief, I realized that I had found myself right back where I started. Our campsite looked exactly like it had earlier in the evening. The fire burned merrily in its pit. Our tents stood in their neat semicircle. Even our camping chairs were arranged around the fire, like they were waiting for us to return and resume our storytelling. But Alex and Sarah were nowhere to be seen. I stood there, panting, my mind reeling. How was this even possible? I had run for so long, and as far as I could tell, it was in a straight line. How could I have ended up back here? Who started the fire? The whispers, which had quieted during my mad dash through the forest, began to rise again, like they had caught me. They seemed to be laughing now, a soft, insidious chuckle that made my skin crawl. I spun around, searching the darkness beyond the firelight. "What do you want?" I screamed. "Where are my friends?" The whispers only grew louder in response. I could almost make out words now, but they were in a language I didn't understand. Ancient and guttural, like the voice of the forest itself. Movement caught my eye. Something was emerging from the darkness beyond the fire's glow. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. A figure stepped into the light. It was Alex. But as he moved closer, I realized something was terribly wrong. His movements were jerky, unnatural, and his eyes. His eyes were completely black, reflecting the firelight like polished obsidian. "Alex?" I whispered, taking a step back. He smiled, but it wasn't Alex's smile. It was too wide, showing too many teeth. When he spoke, it wasn't Alex's voice that came out, but a chorus of whispers. "Welcome home," the thing that wasn't Alex said. I turned to run again, but another figure blocked my path. Sarah stood there, her head tilted at a strange angle. The same black eyes, the same too wide smile. "You're back," Sarah's voice said, merging with the whispers. I was trapped. My friends, or the things wearing their faces, stood on either side of me. Behind me, the fire burned, an impassable barrier of heat. And in front of me, the darkness of the forest waited, filled with more horrors than I could imagine. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, surrounding me, filling me. I could feel them trying to seep into my mind, to take control, maybe like they had with Alex and Sarah. I clenched my fists, squeezing my eyes shut, and used every ounce of willpower I had to resist. "No," I growled through my gritted teeth. "This isn't real. This can't be real." I opened my eyes, ready to fight, to run, to do whatever it took to escape the nightmare. And found myself lying in my tent, early morning sunlight filtering through the fabric. For a long moment, I just lay there, my heart pounding, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been a dream? A horrifically vivid nightmare brought on by too many scary stories and an overactive imagination? I sat up slowly, every muscle in my body aching, like I really had spent the night running through the forest. I unzipped the tent flap, my hand shaking, and peeked outside. The campsite looked normal. The remains of our fire sat cold in the pit. The morning was calm and peaceful, birds chirping in the trees around us. Everything looked exactly as it should. "Hey, you're finally up." I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound of Alex's voice. He was sitting by the fire pit, a mug of coffee in his hand, getting ready to start the fire, looking as normal as ever. "Man, you were out like a light," he said, grinning. "Sarah and I tried to wake you earlier, but you were dead to the world." I stared at him, my mind whirling. Where is Sarah?" I managed to ask. "Oh, she went to fill up our water bottles at the stream," Alex said, gesturing vaguely toward the woods. "She should be back soon. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him about the nightmare, the whispers, the darkness, the terror, but at that moment, my eyes fell on something that made the words die in my throat. There, on the ground next to my tent, was a small pile of leaves and twigs, and drawn in the dirt, barely visible but unmistakable, was a symbol, a circle with strange angular lines radiating from it, a symbol I had seen somewhere before but couldn't quite place. As I stared at it, a whisper of wind rustled through the campsite, and for just a moment, I could have sworn I heard a voice, the same clear, insistent voice from my experience, whisper a single word. "So." I've been home for 3 days now. I haven't told Alex or Sarah about what happened. How could I? They don't remember anything unusual happening at all. To them, it was a perfectly normal camping trip. But I can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. I see shadows moving in the corners of my vision. I hear whispers on the edge of hearing. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see those black, reflective eyes staring back at me. I don't know what happened out there in the woods. I don't know if it was real or a nightmare. But I do know one thing for certain. I'm never going camping again. My partner spoke in his sleep about the dream I had just woken up from. My partner and I recently moved into a new house, which I love and am happy to be in. But some curious things have happened that I can't really explain. Last night, however, was the most bizarre. The original house was built in 1942, and we highly suspect that half of it was added on later, because it doesn't quite fit with the rest of the house. My partner, a sincere skeptic, noticed this from the architecture, but I can sort of feel it in the energy of the house. The newer front area, a combined living room, kitchen, and bathroom, feels very calm and welcoming, while the older back of the house, the master bedroom, bathroom, office, and sunroom, feels darker and sometimes uncomfortable for me to be in. The air feels heavier in that part, and there seems to be a lot of static that I can feel under my feet. Though to be fair, I do spend less time in that part of the house, so this sense of unrest could be due to that. The bathroom in the master bedroom is the oddest place for me. There's a small door in the ceiling that leads to the attic, and for some reason, it particularly draws my attention. Also, the door to the bathroom has a tendency to swing open when it's slightly ajar, but I'm aware that it could just be a draft. We also tend to hear a lot of noises at night, but again, this could be easily explained by drafts and the fact that it's a fairly old house. I was lying in bed, half asleep one night, when suddenly a glass water bottle fell over and rolled across the floor. My partner and I were both startled, and he immediately yelled, "Who is it? Who's there?" in his sleep, then laid back down and has no recollection of this. The bottle was about 4 feet from the bed, so there's no way I could have knocked it over. And like I said, I wasn't completely asleep yet when this happened, and I remember laying completely still on my stomach, with my knees facing away from the bottle. There were several things between me and that bottle that would have been knocked over as well if I had done it. Then there was last night. Last night, I was having an excruciating time falling asleep, with a general sense of unrest, despite being exhausted. Finally, when I did fall asleep, I had a nightmare that there was a woman walking through our house. She was inhumanly old, with a severe hunchback and a shuffling walk. The most unsettling part, though, was that she had her arm outstretched in front of her, and in the center of her palm, she was holding her own eye. She stopped directly in front of the door to our bedroom and peered sideways at me, both with her head and the eye in her hand. I woke with a violent start and knocked the remote off the bed, which was pretty loud. This is the conversation that I then had with my sleep-talking partner. Him. Is she here? Me. Is who here? The woman. What woman? What are you talking about? The woman from your dream. How did you know I was dreaming about a woman? It's okay. Go back to sleep. Is the woman here? At this point, I just began to rub his back and tried to get him to stop talking. He said several other things in his sleep and was very restless, tossing and turning and moaning all night. As soon as I woke up this morning, I asked him about it again, and again he has no recollection of talking in his sleep or of anything happening, although he did say that he didn't feel rested at all and could tell that he must have slept badly. I know some of you might say he was just messing with me, but he's really not that kind of person. He's, again, a devout skeptic who respects my belief in attached energies and the paranormal, but just doesn't share that belief himself. So he would have no reason to pull a trick on me like that. More importantly, how would he even know what I was dreaming about? I downloaded a sleep talk recording app, and I plan to use it tonight, because we both talk in our sleep, and I'd like to see if anything else unusual is said. I'm not sure what to make of this, and maybe it's just an odd coincidence, but I don't know. What do you think? The Beach House by Unusual Rip 706. Posted to r/paranormal. This happened almost 20 years ago, in my late teens, over a span of about 3 or maybe 4 years, at a friend's house in a beach resort town. The house itself is 5 or 6 blocks from the sea, I don't remember the exact dates, but I'd guess that it all happened during summer school holidays, December and January in my country. I know it's cliché, but I'm a skeptic. I've always enjoyed supernatural stuff for entertainment. Horror movies and ghost video channels on YouTube are my guilty pleasures, but I don't get spooked easily. I'm a 36-year-old male, and I've never experienced anything in my life that could be even remotely associated with supernatural causes, except for the events that I'm sharing here. That said, let's begin. The first occurrence. It was my first time at my friend's house, just the two of us, spending a week out of town, far from our parents, with access to booze and chicks in the neighboring houses. Needless to say, we were very excited for the upcoming days. My friend was going to stay at his parents' room, the master suite, and I got a bedroom for myself. Not even 15 minutes after we arrived at the house, I was unpacking my stuff when my friend entered the bedroom with a very spooked expression on his face. He asked me if I had been to his parents' room. I said no, of course I hadn't. He then told me that as he was brushing his teeth in the suite's bathroom, he saw someone through the mirror passing by the door to the master bedroom behind him. It wasn't a shadow, it was a person, clear as day, and according to him, it looked like his older brother, who wasn't there. We brushed it off and went on partying that night like nothing had happened. The second occurrence. Same trip a couple of days later. We were watching TV in the living room, which was the first room you entered when you entered the house. The house was in the middle of a small property, with tall walls around it. The door of the living room was open, but the main gate to the street was closed. As I was looking at the TV, I saw a small, light brown shadow pass by the door, as if a stray dog were wandering in the garden inside of the property. Don't ask me why, but something felt really off about that shadow. But I decided to brush it off and keep watching TV. But my buddy, who was sitting on the same sofa at the same angle relative to the door, instantly stood up and went outside to take a look around the property. I asked him what was going on, and he said that he had seen something like a stray dog pass by the door. Only then did I tell him that I had seen it too. Of course, no dog was found on the property. These first two occurrences became the subject of conversation between us. My friend eventually told his parents, who in turn told him that they had also had strange experiences in the house, but didn't want to get into details. Some of his relatives suspected that the house could have been built on top of a native burial ground, as there are several sites like that in the town. Third occurrence. Another trip, maybe a year or two after the first one. We were going to a party downtown, and my friend's older brother, the same one who looked like the apparition from the first occurrence, was going to drive us there. The brother/driver was inside the house grabbing some stuff, and we, 3 or 4 guys, were already sitting waiting in the car, which was parked right in front of the gate to enter the property. I saw his brother coming out of the house, walking straight through the garden, but instead of leaving the property through the gate, he turned right and disappeared behind the tall walls surrounding the property. I clearly remember thinking, what is this dumbass doing? We're late to the party. Did he see something on the inner side of the wall, maybe? A couple of minutes later, his actual brother left the house and came straight through the gate to the car. As he entered, I asked him what he'd been doing just a couple of minutes before, on the right side of the garden. The answer was that he'd been looking for his wallet in his bedroom for several minutes and had not left the house until just then when I had seen him. So, who was it before? Of course, no one else had been there, and it made me start to wonder if he had a doppelganger. The fourth occurrence. By far the most frightening and unexplained thing I've ever experienced. Again, it was another trip. This time, we were with 7 or 8 guys, and one girl who was dating one of my friends. We were all hanging out and drinking in the kitchen. Naturally, the conversation turned to all the odd stuff that we had seen in that house before. After some minutes talking about it, with some guys believing and others not, we heard a loud bang at the kitchen door that led to the backyard of the house. We actually felt the door vibrating, as we were all only 7 or 8 feet away at most. We were terrified. After some minutes of gathering courage, we went outside to the backyard, and all the clothes on the clothesline were on the ground. We were freaked out again, obviously, but we were also 8 young, badass guys drinking and having fun, and we had a girl with us. Showing fear wasn't an option. So we brushed it off as the wind, even though we didn't feel a single breeze, and kept chilling and drinking in the kitchen. But this presence wanted to be acknowledged. Just 10 or 15 minutes after the first bang, while we were already laughing about it, another 3 loud bangs came from the door to the master suite, which led to the kitchen and living area. Not from outside, but from inside the house. And we knew the windows in the master suite had been closed, so there was no wind possibility. For the 3rd time, we were terrified. That's when we couldn't come up with any logical explanation and decided to leave the house and continue drinking at one of the other houses in the same neighborhood. We came back to my friend's place much later, totally intoxicated, and went to sleep quickly, hoping to avoid witnessing anything else weird. After that, I stopped going to that house for a while, probably because I started traveling somewhere else for holidays or began a relationship. I don't remember exactly. But I asked my friend some months later how things were. He told me that his mom had taken a priest to the house and everything had stopped, and that was the end of it. His family still owns the house and he goes there with his kids now. I'm glad that nothing else has happened. The Silent Screaming Ghost. I'm not sure if I saw something or not, but here's the story. To back up just a little bit, my mother, who's fairly non-religious and definitely not spiritual, claims to have been haunted for decades. She says there's a ghost of an old man who stands next to her bed and silently screams. Like he just stands there, with an open mouth like he's screaming but no sound comes out. Sometimes he disappears for months. Other times, he shows up 3 or 4 times a week. She says that he was around when I was a kid, but she never mentioned him to me or my sister until we were grown and moved out, probably so we wouldn't be scared. He even followed us on a 300-mile move to another state, though it took him about 1.5 years to get there. Kind of like a dog, I guess, who gets lost at an interstate rest stop. My non-practicing Catholic stepdad used to laugh whenever she would mention the ghost. About 10 years ago, he switched to saying that actually, he had seen him too now. My mom finds the ghost annoying. She often complains that she wishes, quote, "the damn ghost would just let me sleep." Frank, my stepdad, confirms that sometimes he wakes up to find the old man leaning over the bed, silently screaming. I have a distinct memory of going home from college, hanging out with old friends, drinking, and waking up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. For a split second, as I swung out of bed, I remember seeing a scrawny old man with a dark brown hairstyle, his mouth wide open, but I didn't hear anything. I sprang out of bed right where he was standing, moving before my eyes were even opened. You know how you kind of stumble out of bed in the middle of the night. He was gone, and I wrote it off as the result of beer, the devil's lettuce, and the power of suggestion. I haven't spent many nights at my parents' house since, and I've never seen anything else. But sometimes I wonder if that ghost finally decided, after 19 years, that I was old enough to haunt, only to get freaked out when I startled him as I got out of bed. The Night the Sky Fell in My Backyard by Jacob P. Last night was surreal. I mean, we're talking about a regular, uneventful Tuesday turning into a scene straight out of a sci-fi flick. It started with the dog barking furiously at something outside, which isn't uncommon. Raccoons love our trash, but the urgency of his barks was different this time. I stepped out onto the deck, the cool night air biting at my skin, and that's when I saw these bright lights zipping across the sky. They weren't like any aircraft lights that I know of. They were more erratic, darting back and forth as if playing tag. I stood there, my hand on the railing, my breath forming little clouds in the air, just staring up in awe. The light show lasted for what felt like an eternity, but probably was just a few minutes. After the lights finally disappeared over the horizon, everything was silent, eerily silent. Even the dog had stopped barking and was now staring into the darkness, looking both curious and afraid. This morning, fueled by a mix of excitement and a decent dose of caffeine, I ventured out into the backyard. And there it was, among the dew-soaked grass and my bewildered-looking garden gnomes, a scattering of metallic debris. The pieces were odd, nothing like airplane parts or anything that I could identify. They were lightweight, but incredibly tough, with an unnatural, iridescent sheen that seemed to change colors depending on the angle. I've poked around on the internet, trying to figure out if anyone else saw the lights or found similar debris, but so far, I've come up empty. Part of me wants to pack it up and send it off to some university lab to get analyzed, but another part, the part that's probably been watching too many conspiracy theory documentaries, thinks it might be safer to just leave it alone. For now, the debris is sitting in a box in my shed. Every now and then, I catch myself staring out the window at the shed, half expecting government SUVs to start rolling up my driveway or something. But life goes on. I go to work, I come home, I watch TV. All the usual mundane stuff, but I can't shake the feeling that something big might happen. That uncertainty is almost as unsettling as the debris itself. Toys Moving by Themselves by Weary Leadership 6006, posted to r/paranormal. Something unexplainable happened to me when I was 6 years old. I was going downstairs to the basement to get a Guitar Hero cereal box toy from my mom's bedroom. It was one of those cheap toys where you press a button and it would make a sound, like a guitar or drum or something. As I'm approaching the bedroom, I hear the toy activate. Then, as I get closer, it falls to the ground in the middle of the room. It fell 1 foot away from the foot of the bed, in an empty room. Completely unexplainable. How did this toy play a sound and then land in the middle of the room? I would like to add that my sister and upstairs neighbors would swear that their dolls would move by themselves, only when nobody was around to see. Like they'd come back and they'd be in a different position. This got me angry as a kid, so I threw my sister's baby doll out the window, and we agreed to have no more creepy toys in the house. There are 2 other stories that happened in this house that are unrelated, not as creepy but still unexplainable. Has anyone else reported their toys moving by themselves? The Clown Doll by A.R. Rod 2, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. I had this strange-looking clown with a kind of cute but creepy smile. It had a key in the back that you twisted, and it would move its head side to side and music would play. I didn't have it long, and I can't remember where I got it from, but I was probably in the 5th grade. You really had to turn it to make it move or play. It took quite a bit of effort. One night, my older cousin and I were asleep in my bed when I woke up to some kind of low chatter going on. I had a few stuffed animals on my dresser, along with the clown. It was directly at the end of my bed, facing me. I swear on everything that I love, my stuffed animals and this clown were talking. When I felt my blood turn to ice, it stopped. And then I heard and saw the clown start moving and playing. My cousin heard it too, but didn't see what I had seen. This never happened before I had the clown. So I got rid of it, and the person who took it from me ended up throwing it into a fire pit, but wouldn't say why. Somehow, I think I know. I know that I wasn't dreaming, and this is just one of the reasons I hate clowns. Dreams of the Unseen World by Throwaway87. It started about a month ago. These dreams that slip into my sleep like uninvited guests, turning my nights into a parade of unexplainable experiences. Every night as I drift off, I find myself transported to a place that doesn't obey the rules of any world I know of. This place is vast, bigger than any landscape I've ever seen, with skies that shift colors more often than the sun rises and sets here on Earth. There's no ground, or at least none that I can see. It's like floating in an ocean without water, suspended in a void that somehow feels full. The beings there, well, describing them is a challenge. They aren't human. They're not even animals as we understand them. They're forms, constantly changing, made of lights and shadows and sometimes whispers of what might be fabric or flesh. They communicate, not with words but with emotions, transmitting feelings directly into my mind. It's overwhelming, a cacophony of joy, sorrow, curiosity, and something else, a deeper emotion I can't quite grasp. In these dreams, I'm not scared. Not exactly. It's more like being perpetually on the edge of understanding something monumental. These beings, they show me things. Visions of stars being born, galaxies twirling in the dance of the cosmos, and the quiet, haunting spaces where nothing seems to live. And yet, in these visions, there's a sense of profound companionship, as if I'm being shown the inner workings of the universe itself. Each morning, I wake up with a start, the images fading, but the emotions lingering. I've tried journaling the experiences, sketching the beings, and the bizarre, beautiful vistas of their realm, but nothing I've put on paper quite captures it. It's frustrating and fascinating in equal measure. I mean, what does it all mean? Are these just dreams? My subconscious knitting together bits of half-remembered science shows, books, and late-night existential conversations, or is it something more? Because it feels like more. It feels like a glimpse into something beyond, a place where the mind can go but the body can't follow. I've thought about seeking out a dream interpreter, or maybe a psychologist, someone who could maybe make sense of all of this. But part of me hesitates. Part of me likes the mystery. After all, each night promises another journey, And I'm not really sure that I'm ready to let go of the wonder. Not just yet. Singing at the Beach by Tame Oranges, posted to r/paranormal. My sister Kate and her ex-boyfriend Jake were smoking at the beach when they heard singing behind them. We grew up by a lake with a beach. The only way to get down to the beach was a small path off the cliff. They were sitting on a log around midnight when they heard someone singing from behind and above them on the cliff. Kate described it as haunting, giving her shivers up her spine. At the same time, it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever heard. She shrugged it off as paranoia because of the substances. However, when she turned to Jake, he looked terrified. She whispered, "Did you hear that?" He nodded. The singing grew louder, and suddenly it was right behind them. The cliff was 30 feet high, and there was no way to get down without taking the long path to the left. They ran to the other side of the beach, but the singing followed them, this time coming from their only exit, the path. They sat on a log for hours, terrified. At about 3 a.m, they heard the singing again, but this time from across the beach. Something started running toward them, the sound of sand and rocks being disturbed with every step. While they didn't see anything, they said that they felt this thing stop about 5 feet in front of them. They ran to the path and never looked back. This happened about 9 years ago. Has anyone else heard of something like this happening at a beach? Both of them have told me the same story, even though they don't speak to each other anymore. A Haunting in New Jersey by FlyersFan 1989, posted to r/paranormal. So, the following story is not something that happened to me. It is something that happened to my mother and godmother, my mom's best friend, when they were 13. It's also something that has haunted them ever since, causing bad luck, mental health problems, physical health issues. My mother suffered with kidney disease for years and died when she was only 43, and paranormal activity as well. To start, my godmother's parents owned a small house in the Villas, New Jersey, just a few minutes outside of Wildwood, New Jersey. It was a single-story home with 1 bedroom and a porch that was converted into a second room, a nice yard, a driveway, and an old shack or garage. My godmother, we'll call her Jen, and her parents rented the house to my mother's parents for a week in the summer of 1984. So my grandparents and my mother went out there for that week, with Jen tagging along. From what I'm told, my mother and Jen were in the garage shack thing listening to music when it first happened. Mom had the radio blasting, and there was an old cassette player with headphones sitting across from them. Jen heard something playing over the stereo blasting and realized the cassette player had turned itself on. She and my mother were both huge fans of the 80s band Duran Duran. Well, a few members of the band had split off and started a side project called Power Station. The cassette player was playing a song by Power Station titled Communication. The lyrics, eerie enough, go something like, "Communication, don't hang up. Communication, keep in touch. Communication, don't put me on hold. Situation, soul to soul." It sounds by those lyrics as though something was actually trying to talk to them, especially considering the cassette player turned itself on and no one was anywhere near it. Well, Mom and Jen decided, since they didn't have a Ouija board, to try something else. They would ask certain questions, fast forward through a song, and stop. Whatever the first few words were, they would use to spell out an answer to their questions. That worked for a little bit, spelling out cryptic messages, subliminal type stuff, that were very eerie and unsettling. Eventually, they had to come home to Philadelphia early because my grandmother became sick and had to go to the hospital. When they got back to Philly, Jen decided to stay with my mom at her house for a few extra nights, since their vacation had been ruined. That's the night they heard scratching all around my mother's room, on every wall in the room. It sounded like hundreds of rats inside the walls, moving all at once. My grandmother came in ready to tear them both a new one, only to find them clinging to each other on the mattress, clearly not the ones causing the sounds. This was just the beginning. Later, they started using an actual Ouija board. They got messages that seemed like direct links to things happening in their lives. My mother once asked it how she was going to die. This was right around the time that she first became sick with kidney failure. The board's response was, "Whispering woods shall breathe, truest dreams shall bleed. Enjoy it while it lasts." Whatever that means, neither of them could ever determine, but it didn't sound very good. Then came the scratch marks. Mom and Jen were both waking up every morning with fresh scratch marks in certain areas that I will not name, but they're areas where you shouldn't be finding marks like that. Mom would get them on her left side, while Jen would get them on her right side. One day, Jen went back out to the house in the villas with her mother. They opened the door to the garage shack thing to find the entire place trashed. Shelves were ripped from the walls. The spring attached to the garage door was hanging in the middle of the room in a spiral shape, and everything was completely ruined. As though she were possessed, Jen's mother blamed her and proceeded to give her a beating. These are just a few of the things that have happened over the years. This thing eventually came to call itself Ranjas, though you can't find anything on a demon by that name. Not that that matters. Mom and Jen have had nightmares of a huntress, the supposed physical form of Ranjas, but it also appeared as a black wolf with red eyes from time to time as well. They have also experienced repeated nightmares of ships sinking, or the streets of Wildwood, New Jersey flooding. Apocalyptic-like dreams. But this entity is always in the dreams. The closest my godmother and I have come to finding anything on this entity is something called Rangda. It is described as the demon queen of the Layaks in Bali, part of traditional Balinese mythology. If you look it up, you get something like, "Terrifying to behold, the child-eating Rangda leads an army of evil witches against the leader of the forces of good, Barong. The battle between Barong and Rangda is featured in a Barong dance, which represents the eternal battle between good and evil." That's all we've really found, but it seems quite probable that this is a valid connection to our mystery demon. Rangda does not like men. Any relationship that my godmother ever had in that house, in the villas, fell apart, but not before turning violent and bitter. It also says the child-eating Rangda. I have my own theory on that. My mother and godmother were children when all of this began. It has caused nothing but misery and pain for them ever since, and I believe it even played a part in my mother's illness that led to her early death, since she was sick for so many years. It's almost as though the child-eating Rangda attached itself to them as children and plagued them every day since. I post this here because I'm trying to start writing about this thing, but unfortunately all I have to go off of are my mother and godmother's experiences. I can't find anything on the original name, and though there is mythology about Rangda, there's nothing in the way of hauntings experienced by anyone that involve this deity or demon. So, if anyone has experienced anything even remotely similar to this, or knows anything about this entity, please let me know. I'm trying to find out if my mother and godmother were alone in this, or if there's more to it, or if it's something else entirely. The Haunted Cuban Club. It was a lively evening at the Cuban Club in Ybor City, a historic venue renowned for its vibrant history and rich cultural legacy. As an attendee at a gala event, I was excited to immerse myself in the lively atmosphere, with the sound of salsa music and the scent of Cuban cuisine filling the air. As the night progressed, I found myself drawn to the grand ballroom, where the ambience seemed to transport me back in time. The music was upbeat, but there was also something peculiar about it. The melodies, though familiar, had a strange quality, almost as if they were being played through a veil of time. I turned to my friend to comment on the unusual music, when I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. In the dim light, shadowy figures flickered across the periphery of the ballroom. They weren't quite solid, but they moved with purpose and grace. The apparitions seemed to be engaged in a dance, their movements fluid and synchronized. The music grew louder, more enchanting, but also increasingly dissonant, as if different eras of the club's history were colliding in a haunting symphony. The figures, some dressed in vintage attire, others in flamboyant costumes, appeared to be enjoying the revelry, oblivious to the living guests. As I watched, transfixed, the apparitions occasionally paused to interact with the living, their translucent forms merging with the guests' movements. It was a surreal experience, as if the past had come alive and was trying to reach out to us, but it didn't seem like many other people noticed. The music played on, now accompanied by a faint, ghostly laughter that seemed to resonate from beyond. Later, I discovered the lore behind the Cuban Club. It was said to be haunted by the spirits of former club members and entertainers who frequented the venue in its heyday. I guess they're still relishing their time in the spotlight, occasionally making their presence known during events. It adds an eerie but quite captivating layer to the club's storied history. As I left that night, the ghostly music and the image of the dancing spirits stayed with me, and I think, in some way, they always will. Dominican Republic Haunted Beach House by Old Complaint 7308. Posted to r/paranormal. This story has been the most realistic experience that I've ever had with the paranormal, so much so that I still get goosebumps every time I talk about it. When I was 13 or 14 years old, I'm 25 now, my parents and 2 cousins stayed at a beach house in Juan Dolio, Dominican Republic. The place was owned by one of my parents' friends. We didn't know the history of it, and to be honest, I still don't. But I've asked my mom to ask her friend if she knows the story behind the place. But I digress. We went to this beach house to stay for a few days. The place was oldish, but had hints of modern features. The first floor really isn't important, since nothing happened there that I know of. But the second floor, that's where the weird things started happening. I remember going up to the second floor and seeing about 8 old twin beds. They all had bed sheets on them and looked like they were ready to be used, which was really odd. So imagine all the beds lined up. If you continued walking forward, there was the master bedroom. But if you went where the bed started, that's where the room my cousins and I slept in was. Now this room had a small yet powerful wall AC and a plastic white chair. There was also a closet with drawers, a queen bed, and a twin bed. The twin and queen beds were together. My cousins slept in the queen, and I slept in the twin. One of my cousins and I started hearing that the chair would move at night. Initially, we thought it was the powerful small AC that was moving it. We even did a little experiment and found that yes, the air from the air conditioner could actually push the chair. But the problem was, specifically at night, the chair would move even when it was nowhere near the AC. Before I thought this wasn't possible, I didn't believe in ghosts, so I was still skeptical and thought it was just the air conditioner. My cousins and I went to the beach, and when we came back, the room was completely different from how we left it. The sheets were undone, the closet doors and drawers were open, the light was on, the door was open, and the chair was moved. I told my parents, but they didn't believe me. They just said it was probably one of my cousins pranking me, since one of them, E, was known to be mischievous. So J is the one who's not mischievous, and E is the one who is. So one night, when we went to bed, J and E slept on the queen, and I slept on the twin. The beds were put together so it looked like a big bed. J was closer to me, and E was on the other side of the queen. So J, in some sense, slept in the middle. This is important because the third occurrence is the one that impacted me the most. This is the definition of inexplicable. I'm a night owl, so I usually fall asleep the latest. I want to say it was around 1 to 2 in the morning when I decided to go to sleep. I put my phone down, pulled the covers close to my chin since the room was cold, and closed my eyes. I wasn't quite asleep yet, just lying there. 2 or 3 minutes later, it happened. Out of nowhere, the covers were pulled all the way down to my knees. I'm 6 foot tall, so you can imagine how far the covers traveled. When this happened, I shot up so fast. I looked around and thought it was my cousins pranking me, but Jay wouldn't do such a thing, and E was on the other side of the room, so it was impossible that this happened. I got up and started trying to wake up my cousins. I lightly smacked their faces, not hard, and shook them, but they wouldn't wake up. I literally opened their eyes physically with my fingers, and they were still passed out. I was terrified out of my mind. My next thought was to go to my parents' room to tell them what happened, but having to get up and walk past the creepy beds to get to their room made me stay put in the room and literally stay up to watch the sunrise. I was too scared. This experience is the most surreal thing that I've ever had in my life. There was no logical explanation. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had left the room. My curiosity still makes me wonder about this. Let me know what you think it could have been. The Crimson Watchers by Anonymous. Longtime hiker-camper here, grew up in rural Oregon. Something really weird happened on my last solo trip that I haven't been able to explain. And I guess I just need to get it off my chest. I was doing a 5-day trek through Willamette National Forest last month. First couple of days were pretty normal. It was just me, my gear, the autumn colors, exactly what I wanted. But on day 3, things got really weird. It started off by me getting this really intense feeling of being watched. Not like the normal wilderness vibes. It felt different. More deliberate, I guess. A little bit threatening, if I'm honest. I tried to just brush it off, but I did end up making camp early. I was just so on edge. A little bit later in the night, I started to see these weird flashes through the trees, and when I started to pay more attention, I saw 2 glowing red eyes in the canopy right above my campfire. Not like normal animal eye shine. They were huge, like 6 feet apart, and they had this really weird internal glow. It was almost like embers. They disappeared when I blinked, but that was just the beginning. The next day was a total nightmare of paranoia. I kept seeing these red eyes everywhere. They were always in pairs, always crazy far apart, never in the same place twice. Whatever it was following me. It was like it was playing with its food or something. It all came to a head that night. Around midnight, I woke up to this really bizarre sound. It was almost like a whale call mixed with creaking ship timber. Then I saw them through my tent walls, dozens of pairs of red eyes, blinking in and out, some on the ground, some in the trees, some just floating in midair. I heard these massive footsteps, and like the beat of wings, like a really big bat, just outside. But nothing ever touched my tent, thank God. By dawn, everything disappeared. There were no footprints, no broken branches, nothing. I booked it out of there. I hiked 2 days worth in one. As I drove away, I swear that I saw those red eyes one last time in my rearview mirror, watching from the tree line. It's been 2 weeks. I've looked everywhere online for similar experiences, but found nothing. Part of me wants to report it, but who would believe me? I used to feel at home in the wilderness, but now I can barely look at the trees in my backyard without checking for those eyes. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this in Willamette, or am I just losing it? The Tracks in the Swamp by Nathaniel T. I was out hiking one afternoon, taking my usual route through the woods. The air was damp from the morning rain, the ground soft and spongy beneath my boots. I always enjoyed the quiet of the forest, the kind of silence that only comes when you're far enough from the noise of civilization. It was a familiar path for me, nothing too difficult, just a few hours of walking to clear my head. As I made my way deeper into the trees, something caught my eye near the edge of the swamp. I wasn't paying much attention at first, focused on avoiding the mud, but when I glanced over, I froze. There, just a few feet from the waterline, were tracks. At first, I thought they might be from a large animal, maybe a bear, but something about the shape didn't sit right with me. I moved closer, the wet ground squishing beneath my boots, and knelt down to get a better look. The prints were huge, easily 2 feet long, maybe more. They were deep, almost like something heavy had been walking through the swamp recently. The edges of the tracks were jagged, like the creature that left them had claws, and the toes were broad and spread out. Definitely not anything I had seen in the woods before. The mud around them was still fresh, disturbed, but not enough to suggest a recent struggle, just the normal mess you'd expect from something trudging through soft, wet earth. I couldn't place it. The toes were too pronounced, the shape of the foot wrong for anything I could identify. The tracks weren't narrow like those of a deer, nor round like a bear's. They were reptilian in shape, almost like a lizard or something similar, but way too large. I stood up and looked around, half expecting to see something moving nearby. But there was nothing. Just the murky water of the swamp, the tangled branches of the trees hanging low, and the constant buzz of insects in the air. The tracks led deeper into the swamp, vanishing into the thick trees. I hesitated. I was curious, too curious, and so I decided to follow them. The ground got wetter as I moved forward, and the smell of decay grew stronger. The swamp had that distinctive, earthy scent, rotting leaves and stagnant water. I wasn't sure how far I should go. But the farther I walked, the more I realized the prints were deeper, more recent. Whatever had made them was close. And that's when I heard a crack, a snap of branches behind me, too heavy to be an animal like a raccoon or a bird. This was something big. I froze, my heart beating faster. The air seemed to get thicker, like the swamp itself was holding its breath. I slowly turned around, scanning the area, my eyes darting between the trees. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Something was there. Something was watching. My instincts told me to leave, but I just couldn't help myself. I took another step forward, determined to find the source of the tracks. I pushed through some thick underbrush, my hand brushing against wet, sticky moss, until I caught a glimpse of movement up ahead. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the light maybe, but then I saw it again. Something large, moving through the trees. It was tall, with a shape I couldn't quite make out. It wasn't human, that much I knew, but it wasn't any animal I had ever seen before either. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was too still, too silent. It didn't move like a bear or any other animal that I knew of. It seemed to glide through the trees, like it didn't have to make any sound at all. And then, for just a moment, I thought I saw something. Scales, maybe. It was hard to tell. I didn't wait around to find out, though. I turned and sprinted back the way I came, my boots splashing through the muck. The tracks were still there when I left, leading farther into the swamp, but I was not going to go back to investigate. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, breathless, my heart racing. The sense of something following me lingered long after I had left the woods. I kept looking over my shoulder, like I expected it to be right behind me. I don't know what left those tracks, but I'm not going back to find out. The Forest That Never Ends by Bella R. I've always been the kind of person who enjoys a good hike. The kind where you can lose yourself in nature, get some fresh air, maybe snap a few pictures and just clear your mind. So when I found myself with a free weekend, I decided to go out and do what I do best, spend some time in the woods. I drove about an hour outside of town, hoping to find a trail I hadn't been on before. I had a map with me, though I wasn't really planning on using it too much. I figured I would just follow the path, enjoy the scenery, and let my mind wander. That was the plan, anyway. The hike started off like any other. The air was crisp, the sun was out, and the forest was thick with trees, mostly pines and oaks. The trail was well marked, and everything felt pretty normal. I was feeling good, and I even came across a couple of other hikers, all friendly, nothing out of the ordinary. It was a peaceful day. But as I kept going, I started to notice something weird. The farther I went, the more it felt like the trees were closing in around me. At first, I thought I was just being dramatic. It wasn't like the trees were actually crowding me, right? But something about the way the light filtered through the leaves, the way everything just was, felt off. It's hard to explain. The shadows seemed darker, and the air had this heavy, almost suffocating quality to it. I brushed it off, though. Maybe I was just tired. I had been hiking for a few hours by that point. Around the 4-hour mark, I came across a fork in the trail. There was a small sign that didn't really offer any direction, but I figured I would explore it and see where the other path led. The thing is, when I turned down that path, something changed. I can't really put my finger on it or put it into words. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to arch over the trail, or how the forest suddenly felt silent, like unnervingly silent. But I kept going, thinking maybe I was just being paranoid. The weirdness really kicked in after another hour or so. I'd been hiking for a while, but when I checked my watch, I realized that the time had passed a lot faster than it should have. I mean, I didn't stop for breaks or anything, but I'd been on the trail for well over 5 hours, and the sun was still high in the sky. It didn't make any sense. There was no way I'd been walking for that long without it getting at least a little darker. I stopped and took a few deep breaths. Okay, maybe I had lost track of time. It happens sometimes when you're just wandering, right? But as I looked around, I realized something else was off. I hadn't seen any other hikers in a while. Not that it's unusual to be alone in the woods, but it felt wrong somehow, like I had entered some kind of weird limbo where the rest of the world just didn't exist. At that point, I figured I should probably turn back. I didn't know if I was going in circles or if I was just getting paranoid, but it seemed like a good idea to retrace my steps. I turned around and started back the way I'd come, hoping to find the original trail again. But no matter which direction I walked in, the forest kept stretching out in front of me like it never ended. There were no familiar landmarks, no sign of the fork I had passed earlier, and no clear path. It felt like I was walking in a straight line for ages. But the scenery just kept changing in ways that didn't make any sense. Every tree looked the same. Every rock, every bush, every trail marker. I could swear I'd passed the same spot 2 or 3 times. But when I looked at my watch, it didn't match up with how much time had passed. I had been walking for 6, maybe 7 hours now, but the light didn't seem to be fading. It was like the sun was frozen in place at high noon or something. The whole thing was starting to feel too bizarre for comfort. I pulled out my phone to check the map, but there was no service. I wasn't even getting a GPS signal, just the little loading circle spinning endlessly on the screen. At this point, I was getting genuinely freaked out. I had no idea where I was anymore. After another hour of walking in circles, literally, I sat down on a large rock, trying to calm myself down. My head was starting to ache and my legs were sore, but the idea of just sitting there and doing nothing felt worse. So I stood up and started walking again, hoping that this time I'd find a way out. I'm not sure how long it was before I noticed something else strange. There were no birds, there were no insects buzzing, no rustling of leaves in the wind, just complete and utter silence. That's when I really started to panic. I don't know what came over me, but I had this overwhelming sense that something was wrong. Like something was watching me. I could feel it in my bones. I started walking faster, my breath coming in short gasps, but no matter how fast I walked, nothing changed. The trees were the same. The path was the same. The silence was still suffocating. And then, just as I was about to give up and collapse on the ground, I saw it. A small clearing. It was almost like a spotlight in the middle of the woods. It was the first break in the trees I'd seen in hours. I couldn't believe it. I sprinted toward it, my heart pounding in my chest, praying I wasn't imagining it. When I finally reached the clearing, I collapsed onto the soft grass and just laid there for a moment, catching my breath. But as I lay there, staring up at the sky, I realized something that made my blood run cold. I wasn't in the same clearing I'd seen earlier. In fact, I didn't recognize this place at all. It wasn't even remotely familiar. And worse, when I checked my watch again, I saw that somehow Another hour had passed since I first entered the clearing. That's when I knew something was not right. The sun still hadn't moved. It was still stuck, like I was in some kind of time loop, trapped in a forest that never ended. I don't know how much longer I spent wandering around, looking for any sign of an exit. My mind was racing, and every thought seemed to lead me in a circle. Eventually, I just stopped trying to make sense of it all and sat down against a tree, hoping that whatever strange thing was happening would stop if I just gave it time. But it didn't. The forest just kept going on that way. Eventually, I found myself sitting there too exhausted to keep walking. I don't know how long I stayed there, but at some point, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, the light was finally starting to fade. I didn't know if it was morning or evening or if I was still stuck in some eternal loop. All I knew was that I had to get out. I don't know how long it took exactly, but eventually I stumbled upon a trail I did recognize. A few more hours of walking, and I found myself mercifully back at the parking lot, drenched in sweat and shaking. It was dark by the time I got to my car, and I didn't even care about how I looked. I just wanted to leave. My phone finally started working, and that's when things got even stranger. Apparently, I had been out there not on a day hike, but for 3 days. My phone was littered with messages from people asking if I was okay, saying they were going to send searchers out. 3 days. I just wanted to get out of there. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it a strange set of circumstances? Was it just exhaustion messing with my brain? Was it a time glitch or a time loop? Or was there something else in that forest? Something that played with time and space? I don't know, but I can tell you this. I haven't set foot in those woods again, and I don't plan on it. The Night We Chased the Lights by Anonymous. It was a clear night. You know, one of those perfect settings for stargazing, when a group of us decided to head out to the old lake just outside of town. We had our blankets, a couple of coolers, and the kind of high hopes that only come with the promise of a meteor shower. But what we saw wasn't on any astronomer's radar. As the night deepened and the stars took their places, we saw it. It was a formation of lights moving across the sky in perfect synchrony. They were like glowing orbs, precise and deliberate. Not random like shooting stars. They moved together, as if they were connected by invisible strings, forming geometric shapes that shifted. Triangles, straight lines, a perfect circle, then dissolving into new formations. Everyone was mesmerized. We threw out guesses. Drones maybe, some type of new aircraft. But the silence, the absolute lack of any sound, made each guess seem more unlikely than the last. These lights moved with a smoothness that felt almost like it came from somewhere else. Not Earth, a silent ballet performed just for us. We tried capturing it on our phones, but the cameras just couldn't do justice to what we were seeing. The lights were too distant. And it just turned our screens into patches of murky darkness, speckled with inadequate pinpricks of light. We got frustrated and gave up on photographing it and just watched. As the night wore on, we followed the lights from one end of the lake to the other, not speaking much, just pointing and hurrying to keep them in sight. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they began to ascend. They moved higher and higher until they were indistinguishable from the stars above. The walk back was quiet, everyone lost in their own thoughts. What had we just witnessed? Was there a rational explanation, or had we stumbled onto something truly inexplicable? We hit the internet hard that day, and the next, searching for anything that resembled our experience, but we really couldn't find anything that matched. It was like we'd shared a collective dream. To this day, we bring it up every now and then, especially when the night sky is clear and the stars are out. We half joke about going back to the lake, like we might somehow summon them back, but a part of me wonders if it's better to stay away and just let the mystery be. Still, I wonder what it was out there. The Day the Sky Played Tricks on Me by Sarah L. So there I was, just a regular afternoon, with me sprawled on a picnic blanket at the park, trying to make the most of a lazy Sunday. The sun was setting, splashing the sky with oranges and purples, and I was just lost in the calming sound of the leaves overhead. That's when it caught my eye, a bright object in the sky, gleaming against the dusk. At first, I thought it was a plane or maybe a satellite. It was just a silvery speck, moving steadily across the sky. Nothing unusual, right? But then, without any warning, it stopped. Just like that, like it had slammed on the brakes. I sat up, squinting against the light, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I wasn't the only one watching. A couple nearby paused their conversation, pointing up. A kid tossed his soccer ball aside and stared. It was one of those moments that made you wonder if you were part of some group hallucination. But here's where it gets really weird. That object, which had been as still as a portrait for a solid minute, suddenly zipped across the sky. It moved so fast, it was like a streak of light, more like a shooting star than anything man-made. And then, just as abruptly as it had taken off, it vanished. Completely, like it had never been there at all. The air felt charged, electric almost. Whispers broke out around me. Everyone was asking each other if they'd really seen what they thought they'd seen. I grabbed my phone, thinking that I would check the news or social media, looking for some kind of explanation, but what was I really expecting? Local news, mysterious flying object plays peekaboo. Yeah. Right. As the sky darkened and the stars began to appear, I laid back down, my mind racing faster than it ever really had before, trying to make sense of what I had seen. What was it? A secret aircraft? Something extraterrestrial? Interdimensional? Or just the world's best timed meteor? I still don't have the answers, and maybe I never will. But it makes me feel better that other people saw it too. Now, whenever I'm out under the open sky, I always find myself searching. It's like I expect to see a light show up again, or something else maybe, but nothing so far. Whatever that thing was, it took a piece of my skepticism with it. And maybe I'm okay with that. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for the week. He was gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and of course I said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with two dogs who had been playing together all day. I decide to go to bed at about 10 p.m., so I go lock the front and back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I sleep. At about 12 o'clock, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed and I go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs, and they're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling and laying in a puddle of their own pee. I see that the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I search around for a while, not even sure what I'm really looking for, until I decide to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At maybe 1 o'clock, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement. So I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs, after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m., I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs. Once again, I see the back door wide open, and so is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window looking into the backyard. So this time, I don't bother going downstairs. I just close the door. I run to the back door, and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I went upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Both dogs slept on the bed with me, though. After about a week, my dad gets home, and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for that first night I was there. I had to wait for him to get home because I had no clue how it worked. And as we're watching, I'm just looking to see if anything or anyone ever went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing was that at about 12 o'clock, so midnight, and 2 a.m., the back door randomly flings open, with nothing going in or out. But the scary part is that from a different camera in the house, we can clearly see me lock the back doors every single time. No issue with the lock any other day, before or since. The Last Walk. Throughout my childhood, my father and I used to take late-night walks due to his insomnia from shift work. Our neighborhood was considered very safe and was, for the most part, an urban area, except for one road at the back of the neighborhood that was lined with thick forest for about 1.25 miles, forming a loop. These walks are very dear memories of mine, except for one, which turned out to be the last. Along the road with the tree line, there was a single streetlight that illuminated a small plot of land. The land was overgrown and poorly kept, but it was privately owned. It was common for us to walk this road to enjoy the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and the ease of turning around and circling back. One ordinary night, as we were walking and talking, my father abruptly stopped, pulled me close, put a hand over my mouth, crouched down with me, and then pointed toward the illuminated plot, which was about 100 yards away. At first I didn't see anything, and I thought he was joking, but just as I began to protest his grasp, I saw a very small humanoid figure, about 3 feet tall, scrawny, with long limbs. It materialized out of the brush line of the plot and cautiously surveyed its surroundings before signaling toward the brush. After a few seconds, 2 other small humanoid figures emerged as well. After a brief moment that seemed like a discussion, all 3 figures dashed for the forest tree line. And at that moment, my father picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and sprinted for home, which was about 1/2 mile away. My father is 6'5" and weighs 220 pounds, while I was around 120 pounds at the time, and he showed no signs of slowing down, pure fear and adrenaline. After that night, we never took late-night walks again. My father installed 4 bright motion detection lights around our acre of land and brought home a dog. The few times that I've tried to bring it up, he doesn't want to discuss it. He made it clear to never bring it up again, so I haven't. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of 3 huddled together is still vivid, even 15 years later. The Ghosts of St. Augustine Lighthouse. When I first set foot in the St. Augustine Lighthouse, I was captivated by its historic charm. It offered these sweeping panoramic views. The air was crisp, and I could smell the faint scent of the ocean mingled with salt. I headed up the winding staircase. I was excited to explore a piece of maritime history. As I got to the top and took in the view, I noticed something strange. I heard a soft, distant giggle that seemed to echo through the narrow space. I glanced around, expecting to see a child playing in the distance, but the lighthouse was eerily quiet. I shrugged it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. Descending the stairs, I suddenly saw shadowy figures darting around the spiral staircase. They were fleeting, barely more than wisps of darkness. My heart raced, and I felt a chill sweep through the otherwise warm air. The laughter grew louder, more distinct, clear, high-pitched giggles that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. I hurried down the remaining steps. I was curious, but also a little bit apprehensive. At the bottom, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The giggles persisted, now accompanied by a strange sense of joy. It was like a playful energy. It was almost like invisible children were dancing just out of sight. Later, I learned the lore of the St. Augustine Lighthouse, the tragic story of the children who died during its construction. Apparently, their spirits linger, playing in the shadows, and their laughter echoes through the lighthouse. The lighthouse's history had come alive in a way that I hadn't anticipated. Perhaps the spirits of those lost children are very much a part of that historic place, and I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. The train that never came. I was backpacking through Thailand on a shoestring budget, which meant taking public transportation wherever I could. After a week in Chiang Mai, my next stop was Ayutthaya. I decided to take the train because, honestly, it's cheap, and I'd heard that the scenery was gorgeous. What I didn't expect was for my trip to Ayutthaya to be one of the weirdest, most unsettling experiences of my life. The day started like any other. I arrived at the station with plenty of time to spare. I grabbed a coffee from a vendor, and I found a spot to sit while I waited. The station was quiet, which was a little unusual, but I figured it was just an off-peak time. There were a few locals milling around, some tourists like me, and the faint sound of announcements over the loudspeakers, though they were all in Thai, so I didn't understand a word. I kept glancing at my phone to check the time. The train was supposed to arrive at 2:15 p.m., and it was already 2:20. Not a big deal. In my experience, the trains in Southeast Asia hadn't exactly been known for punctuality. But as the minutes ticked by, I noticed something strange. The people around me weren't moving, like, at all. A man sitting a few benches over was holding a newspaper, but he wasn't flipping the pages or turning his head. A woman standing by the platform seemed frozen mid-step. Even the vendor who'd sold me the coffee was behind his cart, motionless. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining things. Maybe they were just really still, or maybe I was overtired from the heat. But that's when I realized something else. It was quiet. Like, too quiet. The background hum of the station, the murmur of voices, the shuffle of footsteps, was gone. All I could hear was the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead. I stood up, looking around, trying to make sense of it. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded weirdly loud, almost like it was echoing back at me. Nobody responded. The man with the newspaper didn't even glance up. My stomach started to twist into knots. Something wasn't right. I walked over to the vendor's cart, waving a hand in front of his face, but nothing. His eyes were open, staring straight ahead, but he didn't blink or move. It was like he wasn't even there. The coffee in his cup, though, was steaming, like it had just been poured. I backed away, my pulse racing. "Okay," I muttered to myself. "You're just tired, maybe dehydrated." I took a sip of my coffee, hoping that the caffeine would help me snap out of whatever this was. But the taste was off, bitter and metallic, like it had been sitting too long. I spat it out and set the cup down on the bench. That's when I noticed the train. It had arrived silently, with no announcement, no screech of brakes, no rumble on the tracks. One moment, the platform was empty, and the next, there it was, an old faded locomotive with chipped paint and cracked windows. It looked like something out of another era, with a design that felt more 1930s than modern day. The strangest part? The train was empty. I could see all the way through the carriages, and there wasn't a single passenger inside. The doors slid open with a mechanical hiss, and a faint, cool air wafted out, carrying a scent of damp metal and something sweet, like overripe fruit. I didn't want to get on. Every instinct in my body told me to stay put, to wait for the next train, to run if I had to. But a part of me, maybe the part that had come all the way to Thailand for adventure, wanted to see what was inside, and against my better judgment, I stepped forward. The moment I crossed the threshold, the air changed. It felt heavier, like the atmosphere was just pressing down on me. The interior of the train was dimly lit, with flickering lights overhead casting long shadows across the seats. The upholstery was torn in places, and there were faint stains on the floor that I really didn't want to think too hard about. I walked slowly down the aisle, my footsteps echoing. Every so often, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting someone to appear behind me, but the train stayed empty. At least that's what I thought at first. About halfway through the second carriage, I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. It was just a flicker, a shadow darting across the window, but it was enough to make me stop. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. No response. I kept walking, my nerves on edge. The farther I went, the darker it got. The lights in the last carriage were almost completely out, and the air was so cold it was biting at my skin like frost. And that's when I saw her. She was sitting in the very last row, her back to me. Her hair was long and dark, hanging down past her shoulders, and she was wearing a traditional Thai dress, a chut Thai. She didn't move, didn't turn to look at me, just sat there, perfectly still. "Excuse me," I said, taking a hesitant step closer. "Do you know where this train is going?" She didn't respond. I took another step, and then another, until I was close enough to see the details of her dress. The fabric was old, fraying at the edges, and stained with what looked like mud, or maybe something darker. My mouth went dry. Are you okay?" I asked. My voice cracked. Finally, she moved. Slowly, almost unnaturally, she turned her head to the side, just enough for me to see her profile. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were dark hollows. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Just a low, guttural sound that made my stomach churn. I stumbled backwards, nearly tripping over my own feet. I'm sorry," I stammered, though I didn't really know why I was apologizing. She didn't move to follow me, but her head stayed tilted, those hollow eyes fixed in my direction. I bolted. I ran down the aisle, back through the carriages, and leapt off the train onto the platform. My legs felt like jelly, but I didn't stop. I sprinted out of the station, and I didn't look back until I was halfway down the street. When I finally turned around, the station was dark. The train was gone, and so were the people. It was like the whole place had vanished. The only thing left was the faint smell of damp metal and that sickly sweet scent hanging in the air. I was visiting family and staying in a hotel with my boyfriend, now husband. The first night there, we went to bed and I woke up in the middle of the night facing the window. I noticed there was a dark shadow in the corner of the room that looked human-shaped. After staring for a while, I realized it must have been a floor lamp, since that corner was kind of bare and that was the logical choice. I rolled over and I went back to bed. The following morning, I remembered this event and turned to look into the corner where the lamp was, and there isn't a floor lamp there. The corner is bare. I mentioned this to my boyfriend, and he went pale. He told me that he woke up in the middle of the night because he felt like he was being watched, and he had to get up out of bed to go to the bathroom. I vaguely remember him getting up, to try to shake off the feeling. It still sticks with me in dark rooms. My neighborhood is haunted by Mr. Spaghetti, posted to r/paranormal. My wife, myself, and our 3 children moved into our current home in southern New Jersey about 12 years ago. At the time, the house and the block on which it's situated was 10 years old. Immediately after moving into the house, we noticed very strange things happening, mostly on the second floor. TVs upstairs would turn on and off by themselves, and the volume would increase and decrease. This happened very frequently, almost daily, and affected at least 3 televisions in the house, all of various models and ages. We'd hear noises and creaks, footfalls, and catch shadows moving from the corners of our eyes. We'd smell phantom smells, the smell of perfume or cigars, out of the blue, and then they would just disappear. We'd feel tugs on shirts and blankets, whispers, cold spots in the house. The list goes on and on. None of these goings-on seemed aggressive in any way. My wife and I didn't feel frightened or threatened, but my children were extremely freaked out, especially my 2 younger ones, who were 4 at the time. They spent the first few months living in the house, sleeping downstairs in the living room with my wife. They were afraid of the upstairs. While they were afraid of the upstairs, our dog, who was 2 and long since trained to do his business on the grass, was afraid of the backyard and started going on the patio super quick before asking to be let inside. My wife and I joked about it at first. Again, we didn't see any danger to ourselves or the children, and none of this, although entirely weird, seemed aggressive or threatening. We tried our best to help the kids through it. Then we met our first set of neighbors on the road. It's important to note that even though my wife and I joked about our situation, we never raised the subject of ghosts or hauntings with our children. We didn't want to scare them even more, nor did we discuss what was happening with our respective families because they would have thought we were crazy. At the time, it was just between us. When we met our neighbors, one of the first things they told us, flat out without any prompting, was that the entire neighborhood was haunted. As you can imagine, this revelation from total strangers, especially after what we had been witnessing in our own home, completely blew our minds. Apparently, there were at least 2 other families on our block experiencing the same things that we were. How truly bizarre. The activity in our home continued and lasted throughout that summer. But we noticed that by October to November, it seemed to dwindle and then die off completely over the winter. We thought this was odd, but we didn't regret that things had returned to normal. The kids seemed to notice, and then they finally became comfortable in our new home. The following summer, and every summer since, the activity slowly ramped up again. We've been living in this cycle of paranormal activity since purchasing the house. To be honest, it seems to be less pronounced these days than it used to be, but I figure that's because we've just become more accustomed to it. The second year, we had a paranormal group come out to the house to investigate, mostly because my children and our dog were freaked out again. They told us that they were certain that it was a residual haunting, and calmed our fears. While we've noticed this activity less and less throughout the years, and our children have become entirely acclimated, this late spring heading into summer seems extraordinarily strong. Last week, I witnessed a fork on our counter begin to spin right in front of me while I ate my dinner. I bring this up because it leads me into our latest experience with one of our neighbors. Our immediate next-door neighbor died last year, not in the house, and his sister rented out the house to a nice family. The subject of ghosts and the paranormal never came up between us, mainly because we're so desensitized to it that it hardly ever enters our conversations, even in our immediate family. Well, shortly after my wife and I began to notice the stronger than usual events taking place this past week, our new neighbor shared her concerns about her house being haunted. Her children, like ours were, are either freaked out or scared to death. I was told this morning that her daughter sometimes wakes up with bruises, and another child has night terrors. She wants a group and maybe a priest to come into her home. We've tried to calm her down some, but her experience is entirely relative to her own circumstances, and I can understand her being afraid, especially since the bruises and stuff. So how unusual is this situation, do you think? I've never heard or read about an entire neighborhood being haunted. Most times I'm intrigued by it, sometimes a little scared of it, but mostly I just live with it. A Strange Sighting in New Jersey by Pup Husky 1, posted to r/paranormal. I was driving my friend Cody home after a party. I don't drink, so people know that they can count on me to drive them if needed. We were near an overpass in New Jersey, close to the town of Hope. It was September of last year. The air had started to grow colder as the night set in. Cody mentioned that he wanted to show me a lake near his house, so we decided to take a detour and drive there. As we cruised down the road, something caught my eye. Right in the middle of the street, glowing faintly, was a strange figure. It was about 3 feet tall, luminescent, and not quite like anything I'd ever seen before. It didn't seem like an animal, more like some kind of strange, unnatural presence. And then, without warning, it slithered into the tall grass, moving with the smooth serpentine grace of a snake. Cody and I just stared at it for a moment, completely confused and unsure of what we had just seen. Neither of us could explain it. To this day, we still don't know what it was. As we sat there in silence, a thought crossed Cody's mind. He told me that there were old stories about that town, rumors that people whispered, about the overpass and the road. One of those stories involved a bizarre local superstition that if you honk your horn 3 times while the car is turned off, and then you try to restart it, the car won't restart. I wasn't sure if I believed in the story, but Cody was insistent. Curious and maybe a bit creeped out by the strange glowing thing we'd seen, I decided to give it a try. I turned off the engine, honked the horn 3 times, and tried to restart the car. The engine wouldn't turn over. For a moment, we were both just frozen, looking at each other in disbelief. We tried again, but nothing happened. My heart was racing. Something just felt wrong, like we'd crossed into some space that we didn't belong in. Then, after a long silence, Cody told me another part of the story. He said that after you perform the horn ritual, if you wait long enough, you'll see the ghost of a girl who was killed under the overpass. The story goes that she died in a tragic accident years ago, and that her spirit still lingered around that spot, seeking something, though no one really knows what. Well, we sure weren't going to know because we didn't stick around long enough to find out. Eventually, the car did start up again, and we got out of there as fast as we could. We're still not sure what we saw on that road. And I don't know if it's all connected or just a coincidence, but I really try to avoid that stretch of road. Haunted Beach House by the Wind Forest, posted to r/paranormal. A few years ago, my family and I went to stay at a beach house in Clearwater, Florida. The house is rented indefinitely by my husband's wealthy uncle. It's 3 stories, with 2 master bedrooms on the middle floor and 2 bedrooms on the top floor. My husband's parents stayed in one of the masters on the middle floor, and my husband and I stayed upstairs next to our 4-year-old daughter. The morning after our first night there, my mother-in-law asked, "Did you guys hear someone banging on the door at 3 a.m.? We hadn't. She described it as being very loud and continuing for some time. I thought it was strange that she heard that and just stayed in bed, without waking anyone else up or checking. You have to walk up a large wooden staircase to get to the front door. Why would someone be at our door at 3 a.m.? What if they needed help?" Personally, it would have scared me, but she's from a different generation, so whatever, I guess. I didn't think about this conversation again for a long time, until one day it occurred to me that it was relevant to something I had experienced. At some point during our trip, my husband and mother-in-law decided to rent bikes and go for a ride, while my father-in-law took my daughter outside to play on the beach. I had the house to myself. My plan was to sit on the couch in the living room and read a book. It was a beautiful room, with floor-to-ceiling windows to view the ocean. However, the wall to my left was a wall of doors, a closet, a laundry room, and a bathroom. I hadn't been reading long when I heard a thud, thud, thud from the direction of the doors. You know the sound it makes when you hit a hollow door? It's different from hitting something solid, and doors tend to have some wiggle room in the frame, so you can hear them shake a bit. I didn't think too much of it. Houses make noises sometimes. Maybe it was the dryer. No big deal. It happened again. Still, no big deal. I returned to my book. But it kept happening. The thuds became frantic, with no pattern or measurable distance of time between them. Finally, I got up. I was scared. I started toward the doors. Eventually, I was so scared that I moved to the sliding door that led to the balcony and beach access. I didn't know what to think. What could possibly be hitting the door that much? At this point, it wasn't just a fluke, and it wasn't just the dryer. What if someone was inside? I called my father-in-law and told him I was scared and needed him to come back. He packed up my daughter and came back to find me on the balcony, too afraid to go inside. I explained what was happening. He went inside to check things out, and of course the banging had stopped as soon as he arrived, so he didn't experience it. He checked all 3 rooms and found nothing that could have caused the noise, so there was no explanation. The rest of the trip went smoothly and nobody reported any strange noises. I didn't spend any more time alone in the house after that. I don't know what those noises were. I'm very interested in the paranormal, but I don't really believe in it. I have to experience it myself, and even then it has to be undeniable. This wasn't undeniable for me. Part of me still thinks there must be some explanation. It's the only weird, unexplained story that I have. I know it's not that scary, but it's real life and it happened to me. The light beneath the water. I've been night fishing for years. It's a quiet, solitary hobby that I enjoy when the lake is still and the stars are out. No rush, no distractions, just me, the water, and the hum of the boat's engine. That night, I was out on the lake doing what I always do. The air was crisp, and the only sounds were the soft splash of my lure hitting the water and the occasional croak of a distant frog. Then, I noticed something odd. A light. At first, I thought it was a reflection from a passing boat. But no, there were no other boats out, just me. And this light, glowing just beneath the surface of the water, seemed to be moving. I leaned forward, squinting at it. It wasn't the usual glint of a fish reflecting in the moonlight. This was different, brighter, more concentrated. I decided to follow it. I gently adjusted the throttle and turned the boat, hoping to get a better angle. As I did, the light beneath the water seemed to follow me. Every movement I made, it mirrored. Left, right, back, forward. It was like it was connected to the boat, responding to my every move. My curiosity piqued, I steered in circles, and sure enough, that light was right there, shifting under the water as if it was attached to the boat. My heart started to race. It wasn't a boat light, and it wasn't a fish. I knew what I was seeing wasn't natural. I slowed the boat down, staring at the glowing spot. The light didn't stop. It stayed right underneath me, pacing, like it was watching me. I couldn't explain it. I don't even believe in paranormal stuff, but damn, this just felt wrong. The closer I looked, the less it made sense. It wasn't like any fish I'd ever seen before. No school of fish swimming in unison. It wasn't like a submerged light either, something that could be from a wreck or a buoy. It was too fluid, like it was alive. I got the overwhelming urge to get out of there. I revved the engine and sped off. I didn't look back. I couldn't. For the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever that light was, it was still down there, watching me. That glowing presence beneath the surface, keeping its distance, but not ever really going away. I haven't been night fishing since. I just can't stop thinking about it. How it followed me. How intelligent it seemed. How it moved with me. I don't really know what it was, but I don't think I want to find out. My husband and I stayed at a super old hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. At the time, I didn't really believe in paranormal things or ghosts, mainly because nothing had ever happened to me. The old room we were staying in had this decorative wooden chair that had a slanted seat. I took note of the slant because I wound up putting my computer bag on this chair, and I felt comfortable doing so because it's slanted toward the back of the chair, so it couldn't really fall off. I'm super careful with my electronics, and the slanted seat made it so that my bag slid all the way back into the back of the chair, so it couldn't fall. I also hung a nice new dress on the back of the chair. We went out for sightseeing, and when we came back, my dress was on the floor near the chair. I wondered if housekeeping had touched it, even though we had Do Not Disturb on our door all day, and the room hadn't been serviced. Oh well. We ordered in some dinner and went to bed. My husband and I were laying in bed in the dark, talking, almost falling asleep, when suddenly we hear this super loud slam. It was so loud we shot awake and turned on the light. There, on the other side of the room, a good 10 to 15 feet from the chair, was my computer bag. It was like somebody had lifted it and thrown it down. There is no possible way that it just fell off the chair that far away. And like I said, that chair seat was slanted backwards toward the wall, so it would have been almost impossible for anything to just fall off of it. Certainly not forward and 15 feet away. And it was a slam to the ground. I was so terrified, but my husband just shrugged like, guess this place is haunted. Lots of places in Santa Fe are. I guess the ghost doesn't like stuff on its chair. Yeah, okay. I demanded we sleep with a light on. I didn't even have the courage to check if my computer was okay until the next day. The next morning, my husband asked the front desk if the hotel was known to be haunted. The guy just laughed and said, "Oh, what? Did you see the little girl too?" Anyway, my computer was just fine, thank goodness. But yeah, that's our story about Hotel St. Francis in New Mexico. The Figure in the Woods. I was camping with some friends on a piece of privately owned land that bordered a national forest. We had our tents up at the back of the cleared area of the property, and the large mesh window of my tent was facing out toward the forest. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone was up and about. As I looked out the window, I saw a dark, human-shaped figure lean away from a tree, and then slowly move back behind it. It repeated this motion for a few minutes, almost like it was continuously peeking to check out our camp. I woke my boyfriend up, and I told him that I thought somebody was out in the forest behind us. He looked, but only saw a glimpse of a dark figure running deeper into the woods. Nobody from our camp had left their tents. There were no neighbors anywhere close, and the closest campgrounds and hiking trails were very far away. The Song from the Lake by Jordan P. It was one of those rare, still evenings when everything in nature seemed to hold its breath, and the world felt almost unreal. The air was thick with the kind of humidity that weighed down on you, but at the same time, it felt like everything was just waiting for something to happen. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky in a deep shade of purple, but there was still a lingering light from the day. The trees along the edge of the lake stood, with their shadows stretching long across the water. I was staying at my uncle's cabin, which was perched right on the edge of a remote lake in the woods. It wasn't the first time I'd been there, but it had been a few years since I last visited. The place was quiet, peaceful, perfect for getting away from the noise of the world. My uncle had left for the day, heading into town for some supplies, so I had the place to myself. I'd been reading a book by the fire when I first heard it. At first, it was very faint, a soft sound carried by the wind. I thought it might be a trick of the breeze, or maybe the call of a distant bird. But as I listened, the sound grew clearer. It wasn't the usual rustling of trees or the croak of frogs you'd expect by a lake at night. This was different. It was a melody, a soft, haunting tune that seemed to float across the water like a whisper. I stood up from my chair and walked over to the window, peering out into the fading light. The water was still, the surface reflecting the dark outline of the trees, but there was no sign of movement, no ripple in the calmness. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound, but it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere. It was melodic, but strange, like an eerie lullaby, and I just couldn't place where it was coming from. I've spent a lot of time near lakes in my life. I know the acoustics can be crazy. I've heard many animal sounds, from the calls of loons to the croaking of bullfrogs, but this didn't sound like anything I knew. It wasn't the call of a bird. It wasn't the croak of any amphibian. This was something different, almost human, but not quite. The sound was beautiful, but yet it unsettled me, as if it was pulling at something deep inside me that I couldn't quite identify. I stepped out onto the porch, the wooden planks creaking under my weight. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the sound of the melody seemed to swell, drawing me toward it. It was coming from the lake, from the far side near the cove, where the trees grew thicker. I glanced around. The cabin was isolated. The nearest neighbors were miles away. No one was around, just the night and the lake. Without even thinking about it, I grabbed a flashlight from the porch table and made my way down the path toward the shore. The song was louder now, more distinct, and it seemed to reach into my chest with a strange magnetic pull. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I had to go closer. I had to find the source. The path to the lake was narrow and winding, bordered by overgrown brush and thick trees. As I walked, I kept my eyes on the ground, trying to keep my footing in the dark. The air had grown colder, though I hadn't noticed it at first. The light from the flashlight barely cut through the dark woods, and the sound of that melody seemed to be my only guide. When I reached the water's edge, the sound was even louder, almost deafening now. I stopped short, looking out across the dark water. The lake stretched out before me, smooth as glass, but there was no sign of what was making the noise. The melody seemed to be coming from somewhere just beyond the shore, like it was floating up from the depths of the water itself. I scanned the surface of the lake, feeling a sudden sense of something in my gut, the sense that it just wasn't right. The reflection of the trees rippled gently on the surface, but still there was no movement in the water, no sign of any animal or human. But still the melody continued, sweet but eerie, winding its way through the night air. It seemed to be getting closer, the notes rising and falling, but it wasn't soothing. It was a song sung by something ancient. I stepped closer to the edge of the water. My heart was beating faster now. The air was thick with tension. My mind was racing to try to make sense of what I was hearing. Was it a person? No, there was no one around for miles. Was it an animal? Some strange new species I'd never heard of? I didn't think so. The sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. It was as if the melody was purposeful, as if it was trying to communicate something. I felt a strange chill wash over me, as though the very air around the lake had changed. The song had become more insistent now, its notes sharper, the rhythm faster. My skin prickled, and I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. I turned to leave, but as I did, a ripple in the water caught my eye. Something dark moved just beneath the surface. It was way too large to be a fish. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The water seemed like it was swirling, the surface undulating like something beneath it was stirring. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the song stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating, pressing in on me from all sides. I just stood there rooted to the spot, my mind racing, but I didn't move. I couldn't. The quiet stretched on, and I suddenly felt very small, like I didn't belong in this place, like something was watching me. I glanced around, half expecting something to emerge from the water, but there was nothing. The lake was still. The trees stood silent against the night sky. The only sound was the faint rustling of the wind in the branches. And then, another ripple, this time much closer, followed by the unmistakable glint of something moving just beneath the surface. A figure. Or at least it looked like a figure. It was dark, its outline indistinct. But for a moment, I could swear I saw something long and sinuous, something large and serpentine, moving slowly just beneath the water. The song started again, but it was different. This time it was more urgent, more like a warning than a lullaby. The notes were sharp, like a cry for help, or maybe a warning to stay away. I stumbled back, my feet slipped on the muddy bank, and then I turned and ran. I didn't look back, not until I reached the cabin. My breath was ragged as I slammed the door behind me, my mind racing. I stood there, with shaking hands, the sound of that melody still in my head. Something about it made my skin crawl. I couldn't help but feel like something had followed me back. I don't know what I heard or saw that night. At least, I don't think I do. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a human. It was something else. Something ancient and unknowable. I've never been able to explain it. That melody still lingers in my head, even now, just always on the edge of hearing. Sometimes I feel like it's calling me back, but I won't go. I don't care what it was or why it called to me. I won't go back to that lake. And the next time I hear that melody, I won't answer it. I'm not sure what would happen if I did, but I'm not willing to find out. She Was in the Wrong Place by Flight to Nowhere 26, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. Okay, this happened when I was a kid, and has never left my memory because I remember it too clearly for it to have been a dream. It scared me for a really long time, and I didn't tell anyone other than my parents when it happened until I was an adult. And even then I only told a few people that I trusted and wouldn't think I was nuts. When I was a preteen, I finally got my own bedroom after sharing one with my sister my whole life. I was very excited, and I spent a lot of time thinking about ways to decorate it. I had an absurdly large amount of dolls, and a lot of them were antiques, gifted to me by my grandma, who collected them. The antique dolls weren't the kind I played with often, because they were fragile and their elaborate costumes were handmade and very delicate. They were meant for a display, and each had a display stand. 2 of them had belonged to my grandma when she was a little girl during the Great Depression. She grew up very poor and did not have many toys, so she took incredible care of them. My dad had the idea to build a shelf that ran around the perimeter of my room, about a foot from the ceiling, to display my dolls while keeping them organized and away from the destructive paws of my dog and sister. On to the incident. One night, I was startled awake, and while I was slowly emerging from my sleepy stupor, I had that feeling you get when you sense another person is close, but you don't see them or hear them. You just feel their presence. I looked around my dark bedroom and didn't see anyone. In the background, I could hear a countdown, like they do before a rocket launch. It was a mechanical-sounding female voice, and it didn't fade as I slowly woke up. I started to get this pinprick feeling of terror and the hot rush of panic. It was literally like 10, 9, 8, like that. I thought about turning on the light, but I was frozen in bed. I could still sense someone in the room, so as I lay there, motionless, I gazed around the room, searching for some kind of movement in the darkness, while the faint voice counting down grew louder. As I focused on the sound, I could make out another female voice whispering. As it grew louder, I heard the voice calling my name, like it was trying to get my attention. I tried to speak, but no words came out, but it responded to me, like it was answering the thoughts in my head. It very gently told me, "Don't let the clock get to 0. Everything will be okay." The countdown continued and grew louder with each number. The panic and fear continued to grow, and I felt this overwhelming sense of fear, of what will happen if the countdown gets to 0. 5. I bolted out of bed and flipped on the overhead light, and once my eyes adjusted, I scanned the room. That's when something caught my eye from the shelf above my bed. One of the antique dolls was in the wrong place. Instead of being on the shelf across the room, it was on the shelf above my bed. She had not been moved since my dad put the shelf up, because it took a ladder to reach the shelf, even for him. But there she was, securely in her display stand, on a shelf where she'd never been. I didn't know how to stop the countdown, so I just stood there, staring at the doll. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown reached 1, all the sound stopped, and the doll flew off the shelf and landed on my pillow, somehow breaking free from the stand that she was secured to. At that same moment, I finally got my voice back and screamed. My dad rushed in, and I told him what had happened. He came up with some logical reasons to explain the strangeness, but come on. I've always believed that it was not just a bad dream, or that the doll fell due to some settling of the house or unseen critter knocking it down. I mean, how'd she get to the other side of the room in the first place? I don't know exactly what it was, but I know that it happened. And I have slept with a nightlight on ever since, for over 40 years. The shape-shifting wolf. This is a story that one of the security guards at the university told me, and I completely believe him. One day, the security guard was at the dorm, just chatting with the RA, when a group of basketball players came rushing in, running straight toward their rooms. The RA and security immediately went over to make sure they were okay, because they didn't look like they were having fun, they looked like they were running from something. Apparently, when they were walking back from practice, they noticed a humanoid figure standing on top of one of the campus buildings. It was dark by this point, and the players stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what in the world they were looking at. While they were staring at the figure, it jumped down, probably about 2.5 stories, and landed on its feet as a massive wolf. It did not look like a wolf on the roof. The players immediately bolted back to the dorm as fast as they could. So the security guard and the RA decided to investigate. When they got to the doors of the building and looked out, they saw a man in a black trench coat pacing back and forth near the entrance of the football stadium, staring at the dorm. Both men saw him, so they walked over to check out what was going on with this guy. As they got closer, and both of them swear to this, the man took off running and turned into a black wolf and ran off. Later, it turned out that this guy had been caught on security cameras at a different dorm, stealing sage, of all things, from someone's car on another occasion.